Right. So, what did we get with the newest patch? A new licensed truck brand, support for Unicode characters, better automatic save load system, fixes in registration plates for various areas, recreated lamp illumination, readjusted fatigue simulation, new gearboxes, adjusted steering, fixed weather areas, inaccessible roads, remote navigation system, buses added as AI vehicles. Yep. Yep. These guys did more in one patch than most large-scale developers do in 10. Jesus. Alright, let's get in there. I like the background music. Right, welcome back to Euro Truck Simulator 2, everyone. Stream chat, do let me know that I am actually live and that sound levels are okay, because otherwise I'm going to be very embarrassed. Emergency explosives delivery. No wait, it's ammunition, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I'ma transport some bullets. Or artillery shells maybe. I don't know. In any case, let's get on the road. Put the wipers on. Lights on. Get on up there. Let's see, we're currently set to miles per hour, but that's not right, because we're on the continent. We're not using miles, thank you very much. Steering auto center, braking intensity and rain probability. Wow, all these new options. Oh. Greeted by a red light, the first thing that happens. Jeez. Freaking seen the light from here. There we go, and green. So, today we are going to try and get enough money, through whatever means possible, to ensure that we can expand our company and get some AI drivers working for us. Basically move into the truck driving company segment of the game. See, I realized something. We should probably check that job market. How long that job is actually available. 6 more hours, okay. I should be able to get there in 6 hours. Don't want anyone else nicking our contract. Another red light? Really? It's just like real life. Right, this has already cost us some time, so let's go crazy and get over there. I'm gonna rush down this freaking street. Just hit the road and hit it hard. Activate cruise control. A road like this, it should be fine. As you may have noticed, I still haven't arranged for any music, so please feel free to add your own. There we go, we can turn the wipers off. Let's see, get over in the right one. Driving down the highway in the middle of night, completely silent. Hey DW Cat! Nice to see that you could join us. Oh, you're home alone tonight, so you can watch all the streams you want. Ha ha ha. That's how it works, right? Yeah, I mean... Let's see... I think we need to switch over to the right side, right? Shit, let's zoom in a bit. I have to figure out how the heck this works. Yeah. Taking a right here. Man, I like this GPS. Seriously, it's one of the best GPSs in a game that I have ever seen. It is so goddamn handy. Get off the road, you transnet asshole. Shit. It's gonna be dangerous to try and pass this guy. I'm in a bit of a rush, damn it. Safety distances, what's that? Passing through some no-name town. Ooh, getting a bit dark now. Jeez. I really like that though in this game, that when it gets dark, it actually gets dark. Instead of most games where they basically just add a slight greyish filter to things. Here as we can see there are no stars out since it's cloudy, so it's just completely black. It's slowly but surely closing on our destination at least. Flash our big lights at the bastard. I'll let him know what's going to happen if he takes that turn in the same direction as me. Whoa, 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 hey. Let me know before you brake, asshole. Let's see. Duisburg to the right. Excellent. On the right path. As you bring up in the stream chat, DWCat, yes, this is by far one of the best simulators I have ever played, because this is actually a legit good game in its own right. Mainly because it actually simulates what it's meant to be simulating. So it really works. There's really no extraneous bullshit, there is no wonky physics most of the time. It has a great selection of real trucks, and some based on real trucks, but that they don't quite have the license to, so it's the truck only that they change the name on the front. And it has a great sense of progression as you start out just taking jobs by hopping into other companies' trucks and driving them, and then you buy your own truck so you can get your own contract, and then you start your own company and send lots of people out to drive your trucks all over Europe. I mean, it's just... the scope of this game is roughly 10 times that of an ordinary simulator. Heck, it's 10 times that of an ordinary AAA game released these days. Basically, the only bad part about the entire game is all the driving. Because you do a shitload of driving all over the place, and it takes a really long time to get certain places. DWCat, you want to know if there is a tracker in the truck so that the company can check if you don't go too fast and take your regulation brakes? Well, guess what? If you have the fatigue simulation activated, yes, you are forced to take regular brakes. So you actually go to stopover points and then you sleep for a few hours in game and then you keep driving. It's actually a hotel right here that we could just stop by if we felt like it. It also has realistic law reports, which means that if you're driving too fast on a highway in the middle of the night and no one's there, you don't get ticketed, because guess what? There are no witnesses. But if you drive too fast in a central urban area or in an area with speed traps, then you are instantly caught, more or less. Let's see. Are these the guys? I think these are the guys we're working for today. Let's see. See, this is what we want. Yes. Okay, let's go find our cargo. See, let's lean out the window. There we go, and off we go. Let's check our job orders. We need to get there in 19 hours and 47 minutes. That shouldn't be too hard. 478 kilometers, so roughly 8 hours in-game, it claims. We are not transporting TNT this time, guys. We are transporting ammunition. Which blows up even more hilariously, but... And no, DWCat, it is not real time, luckily. The game is dilated by roughly a factor of 10. So around 30-40 minutes maybe, depending on how we drive. Let's sneak through this yellow light, yeah! Truck drivers, don't give a shit. I'm not sure how fast I'm allowed to drive on this road, so I'll stick to around 50. Let's see, I think that sign said 90 though. There's a red light coming up. Wait, there's a sign that says 100 kilometers an hour, and then immediately after there's a red light. Oh, you meanies. See, it's 90 for this bit. Screw you, Euro goodies truck. I'll be going on ahead. Let's see, are those red lights up ahead? Yes, they are. Ah. Jeez. Actually, look up, there are lots of engine noises, it's just that I think that they are currently being drowned out a bit by my microphone. There's also the fact that the cockpit of the truck is very well sound isolated, because otherwise the driver would go insane, because he's sitting on a giant 12-cylinder engine. If you pop your head out the window though, change views, the engine noise gets a lot louder in a hurry. Which is another bit of realism, basically, in that, you know, they actually... the truck behaves like a truck. If you would lean out like this, you should be able to hear it a bit. That's me idling there. Speaking of the duplicate, it's good that you bring that up, that they try to soundproof the truck so that indicates there are two drivers, one can sleep while another drives. You can actually add driver signs as customization items to your truck. You see that just above the dashboard there's a little rectangular shape. That's actually a little sign that says author. And you can actually put one on the co-driver side as well. So you can have an invisible co-driver buddy along. Sadly there is no multiplayer. Which is pretty much the only limitation this game has so far. See, can we rush to these green lights? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Screw it. No witnesses, no reports, baby, it didn't happen. Just like a real trucker. Jeez. Oh man, am I embarrassed now. Oh, what do we have here? Warning lights. Gotta get it over on the right side of the road. Sadly, DWCAT, there is no ALF mod that allows you to have ALF sitting in the co-driver's seat. I'm terribly sorry. A terrible oversight, really. Let's see, I think we're going straight ahead. We're actually currently driving on a road that I haven't driven on before, so I don't know this area at all. In fact, I've never even been in this area of Europe in real life, actually. I've kept my visits to Germany to northern Germany most of the time. Now we're heading down the western middle Germany. Heck is up with that turn coming up? Good lord, you asshole. That could have been really dangerous. But yeah, another thing to keep in mind, the realistic braking distances. Takes like 250 meters for this damn thing to actually stop once you're going. Let's switch over to our status and see that, oh no! The ammunition has 1% damage! That's bad. But it could have been worse. Could have just, you know, blown up. Yes, guys, you do lose money. Depending on the cargo status. A damaged cargo will screw you over. You also get an experience point penalty. So it should be fine. It's just 1%. Right? Everyone's acting as if damaged ammunition is actually going to matter. I mean, I'm probably delivering this to XCOM anyway. They never hit shit. This sort of terrain actually reminds me a lot of Sweden. Well, southern Sweden at any rate. There are usually less 8-ton ammunition loads driving around. How did I even hit that? Well, not that it matters all that much. The ammunition is still intact. That's what matters. The truck itself can be ripped to shreds for all I care, as long as it can keep pulling things. Right, Greedy, you want to know why I'm following the law? That's because disobeying the law in this game is a very bad idea. It punishes itself very quickly, and as your character is permanent, it means that all the effort you put in the last 10 hours can be horrifically destroyed over the course of one mad dash. So what can actually happen, you wonder? Well, first of all, you get penalized shitloads for the damage, which means that it cuts into your cash reserves, basically, which is your lifeblood in this game. Also, if your truck is completely wrecked, then that's it. You will have to go back to those freaking quick missions in order to earn up the money to get a new truck again. And since I have a bank loan at the moment and need to repay a few €1,000 every day, I would prefer to actually have a working truck. It also reduces your trucker rating, which means that you get access to fewer contracts, as Shining points out. Basically, being a responsible and skilled driver is rewarded, while being a terrible driver is penalized, just the way it's supposed to be. Since, you know, simulator for once. Now, Greeder, this is a simulator. The rules for fun are different. Oh hey, a train! Huh! An actual honest-to-God train crossing. That's really neat. I like that. I wonder what happens if you manage to get hit by a train. Maybe we should just park the ammunition and, you know, decouple it. Then we drive up further a bit and we wait and see what happens when the train arrives. Might have to create a separate career just to do that. Man, the nature is gorgeous around here. I guess that since we're in Germany and the developer is German, they went out of the way to make sure that there's more attention to detail around here. S-curves ahead. Oh hey, what's this? A sawmill of some sort. Okay, this little section of road ahead seems a bit curiously built. Sure, why not? Guess they had an altitude difference that they just had to work around. Urgh. This truck's heavy. I have to keep very close track of where my cargo is in comparison to the truck itself. Well, it seems to be in order though. There we go. Managed to work our way through. Thirteen and a half hours left until the deadline, and we are supposed to be there in 2:45. Cat, the weight of the cargo does a lot to change how the truck drives, actually. The physics simulation in regards to the driving is really good. It's just, actually, as a driving simulator, this is a really good game, because it is very rare that I actually drive something in a game and it actually feels like I'm driving something. And in this case it is very true. Also, just the kind of road you're on and what the weather is makes an even bigger difference. If you're just schlepping something really heavy along and it's raining, you have to be incredibly careful when braking, because you just skid for 300 meters and bump into things. And as you upgrade and get better and better trucks, of course, you get better torque and stronger engines and more advanced suspensions that sort of reduce the effect the load actually has. But in this lowest tier truck, it is very noticeable, because shit, this thing just struggles to get things up the hill. Finally got ourselves some open roads, let's enjoy it. Oh, look at that. Lupins. Man, it's like I'm really in northern Sweden now. That was an emergency turn if I ever saw one. Jeez. I was so busy driving straight ahead that I almost did not notice that I was supposed to take a right turn. It could have ended badly. Oh hey, that's one of the buses they added in the batch. Holy shit, that bus. Jesus, whoa! How fast is that thing driving? Thing passed me like I was standing still. Whoa, it's just disappearing around the next curve. Holy crap! Why are the buses so fast? No, Lurkopter, I'm not going to race him. Because there's really no point. I can't catch up with him. After all, since I'm driving a truck all illegal-like, I actually have a speed limiter that sets 90 kilometers an hour to the maximum speed. Hello, hey. Are we at the border? Oh, yeah, we are. Hooray, now we're in France. Well, that was easy. Guess they didn't bother to check trucks carrying 8 tons of ammunition. It's like, yeah, I'm just delivering some gun food, guys. It's legit. Just, let me through here. Then again, I guess they realized that if there was an obligatory passport control, truck weighing and so on section every time you crossed a border, the game would probably... I don't know. That would be a bit too much. Right, we're closing in on our destination. How big is the world, Lurkopter wishes to know? Well, it's eastern France to western Poland, horizontally, and from Scotland to northern Italy, vertically. And yes, it is based on real-life European road maps, so if you know how to get anywhere on the real roads, you know how to get somewhere here. The only thing they've done basically is just cut the distances by 10, more or less, or even more, so that you don't actually have to drive for as long as you would in real life. That's the only difference. The road network is supposed to be based exactly on the real thing. Now, interestingly enough, due to you get to pick basically where your home garage is at the beginning of the game, and since I asked Brainamp where I should put it, I ended up putting it in Glasgow. And that's basically almost as far north as you can get in this game. So throughout the entirety of the game, I've basically been getting further and further away from my home garage all the time. See, I think we're supposed to... Actually, shit. Which side of the road are we supposed to be on here? I don't know. Straight ahead? Straight ahead. 40 kilometers an hour on this hill. My poor truck. Oh, come on, you can do it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Come on, show some Swedish pride, you Scania piece of shit. There you go. There you go. Oh, good work. Good work. And yes, since I am Swedish, as you have noticed, I am driving a Scania truck, because, you know. You know. Alright, let's see, there's a Spanish turn coming up over there. We're probably heading down there. Then we'll enter urban Strasbourg over there. Okay. Why is it 40 kilometers an hour on these things? Ugh. So boring. So slow. I need to go fast. Guys, the cities are basically shrunk roughly by the same amount as the roads, so there are only a few city blocks basically. I suppose that what they want to simulate is that you would only go to the industrial areas to drop off the things that you're actually bringing in, because it would not really make all that much sense to drive around in the streets of Paris, or London for that matter, in a truck like this. Shit, I don't think they would even let you pass through urban London with carrying ammunition like this. Right, now we're entering urban Strasbourg. Informs us that we are no longer on a highway. Hooray! Strasbourg discovered! You had no idea where it was up until this point. It was a mystery. Apparently this is the delivery point. So let's turn right in there. Alright. Now, I'm not going to do the parking thing, because it takes shitloads of time and doesn't even gain you anything. So, yeah. Good work. Ouch. Damage penalty. Still, decent. Also, we leveled up, so we get a skill point to spend. Yes, cat, it's an RPG as well. And as you unlock skills, you also get access to different jobs. This is just-in-time delivery. We just did a important delivery, but if we get another point in just-in-time delivery, we unlock urgent deliveries, which gives us an even shorter time span to deliver shit, which carries with it even bigger rewards. I'm honestly not sure what kind of build I'm going with at the moment, Lurkopter. I've basically been just, you know, adding a point here, adding a point there. Mainly I've been worrying about unlocking as many kinds of jobs as possible to get some variety into things. Then I guess long distance is actually the one that you sort of need, because long distance is basically the base level skill in that it governs just how far you can drive during each mission, so you're so very limited in what jobs you can get by that one, because basically everything above 350 kilometers you can't actually accept until you get 1 point in long distance. And then it just builds up. And then at rank 6 you can deliver across the whole of Europe. All over the place. I already have my ADR training for explosives and gases. What flammable liquids or flammable solids? Toxic and infectious substances. I see. Infectious materials, virus cultures, used needles. Nice. Now, eco driving is basically a silly little skill that reduces fuel use when you're driving. So it's basically one of those skill sinks for having to pay less for gas and not having to refuel as often, so it's really the least useful skill in the short term. In the really long term though, I can see that it can be useful, but it's definitely way, way late in the priorities. Besides, who gives a shit about the environment? Am I right? Let's burn some diesel, guys. Yeah! So what do you think? Should we get ourselves some more ADR training for the long distance or unlock urgent deliveries? Cat suggests training. And a particular kind. Flammable liquids, flammable solids, toxic and infectious substances, or corrosive substances. Let's see. Illyrium shipping training, that would be flammable solids, I think. Seems that everyone has their own ideas of what we should go for here, but it seems that we have 2 votes of toxic, so let's go with that, I suppose. That is the toxic one, I believe. Yeah. Liquids, solids, toxic. There we go. Okay. It also includes poisons, apparently. Nice. Right. Now we're here, so let's see, things are sort of out of order really. Let's explore Strasbourg a bit. There's all kinds of stuff to find in the cities. Whereas most importantly, you can find recruitment agencies that let you find better drivers once you actually get into hiring those. You can also find truck dealers, which gives you a wider array of trucks to pick from. Then there's just, of course, the whole paint the entire map yellow by driving on all roads thing, which is going to take a while. Last time I checked, I had something like 6 or 7%, I think. That's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Let's see, there's a question mark over there. That's probably a recruitment agency. Let's head over there and take a look. I have no patience for your weak little cars. Move your asses. Let's see. Oh, this is actually a... Oh, hey. It's a Scania truck dealer. Neat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Forgot to center my steering before turning. Gotta keep track of where your wheels are. Plenty of traffic here. What's this? Huh! Another garage! Can actually buy another garage. Nice. From what I understand, Lurkopter, the world is actually hand-built. Just that they used prefab pieces and, well, they reuse a lot of assets, naturally. And yeah, they are pretty dedicated. And again, this is what they do, so... Let's see, let's pop in here. Hey, you guys! What are you doing in here? Something illegal? Apparently not. That was boring. Yes, guys, I think we can be pretty certain that there are at least a few truck drivers on the design team. Either that or people who dream of one day being truckers, which was hilarious when the game originally started and it popped up a screen that says, finally, you can live your dream of being a trucker. And I basically went, yep. Game, you know me. You know me better than I know myself. Trucking is in my blood. The desire to drive a big old truck courses through my veins. See, let's head over to the mechanic. Oh hey, a person! Holy shit, there are actually people on the streets too. I hadn't noticed up until now, they're so rare. Still, that's neat. There are actually pedestrians. This game never ceases to amaze. Hello, Petty. Here's the hotel. Felt like advancing time a bit. Not that I really see a point in advancing time at all. I guess if you built up a badass enough company that you're basically printing money and you just want time to pass so that your AI drivers can get you that cash, I suppose. Apart from that, I don't really see the point. Alright, let's service our truck a bit. Oh jeez, that is expensive. Oh well, it's worth it. So let's see if we have any customization items unlocked. Oh hey, we can actually upgrade to a Highline. Don't really see the point with that, but sure. The new chassis is unlocked yet. We do have better engines though. Jeez. Got a badass engine over here. No new interiors. Have we unlocked any new colors? No, no new stock colors at least. Anything need to put up here? The Viking sun visor. Dark silver tires. Yeah, well then. Nothing really of interest then. Right, let's see, have we unlocked the new paints? Oh shit! Shade paints. That's pretty neat actually. We are naturally not getting it, but still. Apart from that, we seem to be in order, actually. Alright. Let's see, no damage whatsoever, seems to be as repaired. The rain is starting, jeez. Okay, let's see. Need to refuel though. Where's the nearest Wait, hold on. What does it say that there's a rest point here? Can we just park the truck and go to bed? We're allowed to do that? Huh. Yeah, apparently. Okay, let's park this shit right here. Huh. Interesting. You don't actually have to use the hotel, you can just go into the back of the cabin and take a nap there. It's neat. And no, cat, you cannot get out of the truck. Basically, we are one with the truck. As you can see, there are no hands or anything. We are actually basically a transformer driving around. Seems that the rain stopped while we were napping, so we can take care of that. Very good. Right then, let's check the job market. See what's going on. First of all, let's see what jobs are coming out of Strasbourg. An urgent ammunition delivery... Wait, we're driving the same ammunition back to where it came from. Why? Every time I see this I get annoyed. Cambridge, London, Southampton, Birmingham, Cardiff, Swansea, Dover... Whereabouts do you live actually, cat? Southampton, okay. Well then, that's right there. I've actually been driving around a lot up there near Southampton earlier in the game. Let's see, yeah, basically can bring the same ammunition trailer back the way it came, but I don't really want to do that. Sort of want to explore a bit more. Glass panels of Luxembourg. Actually, let's go to Luxembourg. It's a short trip, so... Okay, let's see, which one are we going to? Ah, not that it matters. Let's go. Come on, switch to green, you asshole. God damn it. Rage trucker coming through. I've never been to Luxembourg either. My father has been to Luxembourg several times, but I've never tagged along. Speaking of tagging along, by the way, does anyone feel like guesting, maybe? Since it's just me sitting here talking to myself, basically. Postbed. Huh. I'm here to pick up the glass panels, boy. There they are. Right. Let's pick those bastards up. Let's see, okay, off we go. Now guys, you say that you're willing to guest. Oh, do I have you on Skype? Not entirely sure I do. I might though. Hello, Damascus. Nice of you to join me. Let's see. Yeah, I do know that I have cat. I do know that. Let's see. Well then, let's pause this game for a moment while I hop over into Skype. Start digging around with stuff over there. Let's see. I'll give you a call, cat, and I can bring you in, basically, and then I can start chasing Geist while you distract everyone else. That cat, seriously. That cat. Let's see, it's also out of contact.
Hello.
Hello there. Let's see.
Right, can you hear me okay then?
I can hear you absolutely beautifully, actually.
Yay!
For once. Everything is working.
So far.
Well, you have to take what you can get. I've learned that much when it comes to Skype. Oh hey, it's gone into attract mode. The menu disappeared and it's just a truck. Just a truck and me.
Just the truck, really, because you're invisible.
That is true, actually. That is a very good point.
Hello.
Hello there, Geist.
Hello.
Alright, well then, actually that sort of brings us to a pretty good representation in regards to where we're driving as well, because we have one Swede, one English woman, and one Frenchman.
And you're going to Luxembourg.
Yes. So it's basically in that Bermuda Triangle between us, sort of, kind of, maybe. Look, I'm just making shit up at this point. Right, so we're delivering glass, and that's a fragile cargo, which means that if it touches anything, it will take shitloads of damage, and then our employer will look at us very cross-like. So let's be extra careful this time. So, Kat, you mentioned that your husband, was it? He has driven a truck?
Yeah, when he was a student he did, yeah. He doesn't anymore, though.
There you go.
He's got a boring office job now.
Oh.
He left the dream.
Yeah, he probably sits there and does truck sounds at the desk.
His brother has that railway simulator that costs thousands of pounds. They probably plays that.
He's got all the DLC, all of it.
Yep.
I thought it was hilarious when was it about a year ago, when this suddenly popped up a sale on Railworks on Steam, and everything was like 89% off, I think. So you could literally save thousands of euros by buying all the DLC in one go. And I just thought, man, those poor bastards who have been slowly but surely buying it as it's been coming out. I mean, shit, it's bad enough if they like sell expansion packs a game for like 10 euros or 10 pounds off when you bought it last week and you go, oh damn it, I should have waited. But I mean, when it's a difference of 1,800 euros, what sort of a, you know, emotion does that awaken in you when you see that pop up?
Yeah, I don't think he paid full price. I hope he didn't.
You never know, that's the worst part. So guys, you are joining us for the first time?
Yes.
Though you have been hanging out in the stream chat for a while.
Well, I have been mostly following Lurk.
He is Lurkopter's shadow.
Indeed.
Wherever Lurk may lurk, Geist also lurks.
Do we have to call him Colonel Lurkopter now?
Yes, Colonel Copter.
It's Colonel Copter for you.
It was actually sort of hilarious as he ranked up, because I didn't actually realize how silly several of the ranks would sound because of his last name being Copter in game. For those who are unaware, we are talking about our ongoing XCOM Enemy Unknown play at this moment. Because, I mean, sure, Rookie Copter, that's funny enough. And then it's Corporal Copter. And then Captain Copter, which is a superhero name if I ever heard one. And then Major Copter. And then finally Colonel Copter. And it's like... No, just... Please, stop. It's not funny anymore. What always will be funny, though, is Bongo.
Yeah.
That will never stop being funny.
He was getting really angry about that.
Oh, good lord. So, once again, for those who are unaware, the Brain Amp, who we put together also in my XCOM playthrough, had the randomly generated nickname Congo, and he did not like the idea of Congo at all. So he consistently complained and demanded, and I changed it, so in the end I changed it to Bongo. Let's see, okay, this is a sort of a toll road, and it tells me to keep the ticket. Yeah, sure. Is there a button to actually throw the ticket away? I don't understand.
Can you claim it on expenses?
Your invincible arm will take it off.
Actually, that's the only thing that I feel that they sort of missed out on, is that all expenses incurred during a job actually come straight out of your own wallet. Which means that if you're doing a really short distance job worth, say, 4,500 euros and you have to cross the channel, then you actually have to pay a train ride 1,500 euros. And that's just straight out of your own pocket, so the job is actually only worth 3,000. I think the contract would cover that.
And you had to buy your own spark plugs or something, didn't you, in the tram one?
Yes, I did. And flywheels and all kinds of stuff, and just... yeah. Seriously, the fact that they actually give you a mission to replace a spark plug on a stalled bus, and then they say, well, you go buy it. I mean, I'm at the bus depot. Are you telling me that we literally do not have a single spark plug lying around? Nope, but you can go to that kiosk across the street. I hear they sell spark plugs and sunglasses.
Yeah, that was the really odd thing. It sounded like sunglasses, coffee, and spark plugs.
That was it, yeah. Still, it was pretty amazing when I put on the sunglasses and realized that the sunglasses in the game actually put a color filter on the game. That has to be one of my favorite moments in the stream's history, really, because that was just, whoa, what the hell? Seriously? I mean, it's they were collectibles too, so I thought that you were just supposed to buy them all and you would get that achievement, but nope. Each and every single pair of sunglasses actually has a different color effect if you put them on.
Well, as long as your character does not start to spout lamb jock.
See, BCP. Hello, BCP. That totally didn't happen, by the way. If there's no damage report, nothing happened. Let's see.
But I must say I'm really impressed by the graphic realization in this game. I've never seen roads or, environments made like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to get away from that. They have put a lot of work into this stuff. I mean, again, it's the actual European road network. I mean, this is even a real toll road, for crying out loud. The only problem being in that in this game it's the only road that you can actually take through the area, so... Let's see, how much do I have to pay you now, you assholes? 29 euros! Oh...
Does it have currency and kind of conversion and things, like when you get to England, does it go to pounds or is it still in euros?
No, it's still in euros. They're actually nice enough to keep like that. Though you do have to drive on the left side, of course, when you're in the UK. And also you can, when you're in the UK and you go to a truck dealership, all the trucks that you can buy have the steering wheel on the right side.
Nice.
You can also, when you buy a truck, just basically custom order it to have it on the left or right side, depending on what you prefer. Which I found sort of interesting. You just go into a Italian truck dealership and you go, but I want the wheel on the right side. Oh.
I've never driven in Europe, so I think if the steering wheel was on the other side, I'd just get really confused.
Oh god, what is going on?
These backward French people driving on the wrong side of the road, I don't know.
It's not easy being one of... what is it? I think it's like 5 countries or something like that still drives on the left side.
Yeah, I think it's like us and Japan and somewhere else, and that's
it's
it.
you, Japan, I believe the Republic of Myanmar, something like that, and your former colonies. Those are the only ones that still drive on the left. But
not all our former colonies, because America don't.
Ho ho ho, them's fighting words. Red, white and blue, these colors don't drive on the left side of the road. Oh goodness. Let's see. Maybe we should stop over some gas, I realize. Might as well top up while we're moving. There we go. Press the following key to stop the engine. Alright. Hey, I think diesel price is lower now all of a sudden. I wonder if the price changes depending where you are. Then you hold return. Fill her up.
If the price of petrol is based on the country you're in, don't buy any in the UK.
Don't buy any in Sweden, where it's pretty much twice as expensive as the rest of the world.
I think ours is like 90% tax now or something ridiculous.
Yeah, we're roughly around the same level in Sweden as well. Which is why I always find it hilarious when the Americans are pissing and whining about the price of gas per gallon, and I realize that they pay about as much for a gallon that we pay for like a liter and a half. So the prices are literally 3 times as high in Sweden. God damn it, Americans. Stop being terrible. At gas prices, at least.
It's always full moon.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if the moon actually changes phase. I haven't seen evidence of it. Then again, everyone likes a full moon, so just full moons all day, every day. Let's see, we should be entering Luxembourg now. Oh. Neat little rest stop here. But yeah, I basically turned fatigue simulation off because it was really annoying is the thing. Because the way they show that your guy's getting tired is that he will just yawn once every half minute or so. And his yawns are so annoying. Like, I mean, goons like to talk about cute sneezes and shit, but that just the world's most annoying yawn. Over and over and over and over again. I got so tired of it that I had to turn it off.
Is that the only vocal he has, or can he go morning?
Sadly, you cannot go morning. And a good day to you. Personally, my favorite will always remain stay clear of the doors. Especially when you're driving backwards at 130 miles per hour through the New York subway
Nice
system.
one, yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what happened during that stream, but I'm pretty sure everyone enjoyed themselves.
Well, I guess it's still better than this vampire rail shooter.
Yeah.
Oh dear lord, Vampire Knights. I am the vampire! Yes, yes you are the vampire. All the other vampires are just kinda sorta vampires. They're fake vampires, basically. It's a crying shame.
And wasn't the bad guy just named Vampire?
Yes, his name was literally the Vampire. Only he was a count as well, so he was Count the Vampire. And he painted his nails pink and wore a kilt over dress pants together with a cape. It's just, I don't know. I guess that if you've been active for like 800 years, you just start dressing as randomly as you can after a while. Because you're just so goddamn bored every time you open your wardrobe in the morning.
But I agree with Shining Yunker. The worst of them was the third guy, emo whining bitch.
Yeah. Squall, as I call him, because goddammit, it is Squall. It looks exactly like him. It's even dressed the same way. And interestingly enough, he's the only vampire that is allowed to survive, because apparently he has a tragic past. So the vampire hunters basically go, yeah, okay. We'll just leave you.
Twilight's got a lot to answer for.
Oh dear. Alright, delivery. Excellent work. You are number 1.
Oh, you just need to put the concealed voice. Excellent work, driver.
Yes.
Your results are beyond our expectation.
Remember, we will be watching. Oh
I
hey,
just love-
my driver's rating up to 2.5, which means that I'm out of the red. I am now a decent driver, TM. See how long that will last. Right, who wants to get out of Luxembourg? Diggers to Bremen. Luxembourg to Newcastle. Ugh, that's really far away. Let's bring some diggers to Paris instead. I want to go to Paris.
Oh, yes, you do.
All roads lead to Paris.
I just want to see the peripheric. Goddamn nightmare.
Getting into Paris by car. Are
Yes.
you kidding? Don't
I
even
mean-
try.
It's pleasant to drive anywhere in France except in Paris. It's just
Yeah.
a bloody nightmare.
From my personal experience there, I pretty much just realized that there's no point. Just
If you
don't.
want-
Just
yeah.
don't, basically.
If you want to go to Paris, just walk or take the train. Don't go in car.
Yeah. Let's see, it's LKW. Where the heck is LKW on our local map? Oh right, it's just across the street. It was too close, that's why I didn't see it. See, it doesn't seem to be anyone around, so let's just sneak on out there. Oh no, a car! Fine, pass, you bastard. But remember, next time, Gadget. Next time.
I do apologise if you can hear my cat, by the way. I've just realised he's meowing.
That's fine. Cats are always welcome on the stream.
It's the same for me. I think she does not recognize Archer's voice, and she's now staring at me with crazy eyes.
Who is this mysterious man? Do you know him?
Well, it could be worse. Last time she was clawing at the photo of a friend on Skype. She probably did not like his face or something.
Get off the screen! Ugly bastard. Cat does not approve. At least cats are very vocal about their opinions. They let you know when they are not pleased. Alright, so apparently we are delivering a digger now. At least it's not that crazy mission I had earlier that was basically bringing a digger from central Germany all the way up to the Midwest of the UK. And my first thought was, don't they have a digger anywhere closer than that? Do you really have to import it from Germany? And then of course it turned out that the moment I had delivered it, I got an available job to bring it back. Because as it turned out, they didn't need it. Freaking assholes. Still, I suspect that all the jobs are basically just based on where certain things are at the moment. So if there is a trailer of ammunition in Lille, you can always bring it to somewhere else, even if you were the one who just delivered it. See, there are 2 question marks there. Let's actually grab those before we head out. I am curious. I want to see what's going on over there. Besides, it's a standard delivery, which means that we probably have more time than I could ever possibly need to get the damn thing over there. It is noticeably lighter than the last trip, though. It is incredibly obvious when things are a bit lighter. So easy to drive. There we go. Now, once I finish this mission, I think that I am going to talk to the in-game bank and see if we can arrange for a loan. Then once we... okay, that was a recruitment agency. Great. And a valiant truck driver. Hooray! Now we know where to buy valiant trucks. In case our current cowardly truck doesn't work out. But yeah, I'm basically going to take a bank loan and use that to upgrade our garage, and then I'm going to see if we can find a driver that's decent enough to actually hire, and then all kinds of shit will get in motion.
So if you hire a driver, can you just sit in an office and smoke a cigar?
Actually, yes, pretty much. As long as time passes, they're working, apparently. So if you have enough drivers with proper equipment, then yeah, you can just sit around and do nothing and still make money. Just like in real life. Job creators, am I right? But I did find it sort of amusing that the first driver that I unlocked for recruitment was a guy with a rating of 0.7. The rating is blaring red to show that holy shit, this guy is terrible. And he's level 1 and his only qualification was driving explosives. And it's like, okay. Well, yeah, we'll call you. No, seriously, we'll call you.
Well,
Totally.
his former job was kamikaze, but even that he failed.
I just like the idea of someone going into truck driving and immediately going for the ADR training of being able to carry explosives, and then he's just, yeah, no, it settles down after that, yeah, I'm done. I can do everything I want to do. Which is drive explosives around, because goddamn, I love them booms. I don't know, I just don't trust the guy very much. For obvious reasons. There's some hefty lights over there. Still, it's pretty slow going to actually get things up and running in this game, I have to admit. Because the first truck alone cost something like 100,000 euros, and the first 10 or 15 so missions I did barely paid 10,000, if even that. And it takes a while to drive. This is almost like MMO level in the just how great of a time sink it is.
To be honest, for me it's like EVE Online, but it's offline, and instead of mining asteroids, you are just driving a truck.
Yeah, pretty much.
There are no pirates, so...
Unlike in The Good Life.
Indeed.
The hell were they thinking, seriously?
Gatling good.
Yeah, just sudden random lone... The worst thing is it was a lone pirate too. It was just a guy driving a powerboat with a skull on it, and it had a minigun up the front. And it's like... the hell? I mean, what sort of piracy can you even achieve but if all you have is a minigun? Are you just going to shoot the boat until it sinks and then hope that the valuables float up or something?
Well, maybe the gun was actually a sheave.
I suppose. Super heavy infantry vehicle on a boat. What if it falls into water though? Wouldn't it just sink?
Well, it's a submarine sheave.
Ah, it's a Shiv Marine. There we go. Super heavy infantry vehicle marine edition from Terror from the Deep.
Well, it's he's getting ready for Terror from the Deep.
Yes, you know, scouting it out a bit. Has some floaters on. Heading towards Brussels. Brussels I've been to, though. I've been to Paris as well. Brussels was actually a pretty interesting city. I got a chance to visit the parliament and stuff, too.
Yeah, we're very sceptical about Brussels over here in the UK.
And you have all reason to be. My personal experience from dealing with the people in Brussels is that it's basically an old boys club with a giant wall around it. They don't really give a shit about the European Union. My opinion of that wasn't really helped when I was standing there where they were preparing us to give us these visitors cards, because you're not allowed to even leave the lobby without a visitors card and without having been properly recorded and so on. And then you have some fat, bald man in somewhere in his 50s comes stomping in through the doors, and he's carrying a giant bag behind him, and he walks through the metal detectors, and the metal detectors start blaring, and instead of the guards stopping him, they salute him as he passes through. And you realize that, yeah, it seems that the rules are quite a bit different for the rich and famous, isn't it? He has walked in with a nuclear weapon and no one gave a shit because he has the rank.
Well,
I'm a member of parliament, damn it. I'm more important than average people. The rules do not apply to me.
No, I think that's kind of we're kind of getting this affinity with you guys in Sweden now, because the rest of Europe seem to be like, oh yes, Brussels, European Union, and there's like
Brussels
us and
is
you
going
guys
to
going,
solve
oh, go away.
everything. Brussels is going to fix everything. By sitting in an ivory tower, patting each other's backs. It'll work out. No, it won't. They have no freaking idea of what's going on.
You guys have kind of totally pulled out of it now, haven't you? Kind of given up with the euro and all
Yeah,
that.
we basically never had any real interest in joining the Euro project in the first place. I mean, sure, the Swedish right was curious about it and wanted it, but then again, the Swedish right are basically United States Republicans at this point, so they just basically saw the idea of more money and more financial power and went, well, it's worth it. They forgot that the Swedish population had no interest whatsoever in that stuff. We want to keep our crowns.
Yeah, I think we had a referendum on it in the 70s, so I blame my parents for it. It's their fault.
Everything going wrong today is basically the baby boomer generation's fault anyway, so...
Yeah.
So it's our responsibility to fix it, so as long as it stays bad, I suppose we have to share that responsibility. But speaking of right-wing, by the way, recently the neo-fascist party of Sweden became the second largest party in the polls. Hooray!
Oh my goodness.
Great. Bright future there, boys. Thank you all other Swedish parties for being such pathetic, snivelling pieces of crap that are completely caught up on politics that were outdated in the late 70s.
Oh, Sweden is swinging right too.
Yeah, well, it's not so much that it's swinging right as that all the other political parties are basically irrelevant. Because pretty much everyone is like slightly to the left in Sweden and haven't moved for 60 or 70 years. Because we've been a social democracy for almost 130 years. So now that the right is finally on the move, no one else is just doing anything about it. They're just sitting around saying the same things that they always have, except that today it's completely irrelevant. Like the left that still talks about the worker and the proletariat and so on when we have the second highest living standard in the world. I mean, shit, our unions mean that the average factory worker makes a lot more money than the average academic, so...
Yeah, we just have kind of right-wing now, I think. Labour Party seem to be right-wing, and we've got the... Yeah, we've got the BNP and the coalition, in inverted commas. I can't stand that whole thing.
To be honest, I am not going to talk trash about you, because in France, to be honest, you have the complex right and a so-called left party, which is more like centrist right than left.
Yeah.
We're totally left, you guys. Vote for us.
And then you have all those useless extreme left parties who are like...
yeah, but the extreme left hasn't really been relevant since the 1950s, thereabouts. I mean, come on. Let us just be perfectly fair here. I don't think that any Central European nation is just going to randomly switch over to communism anytime soon. If they do, I would be really impressed, though. Germany just suddenly going up in the parliament and going, you know what, we realized that East Germany probably had the better idea. No, it doesn't seem likely. And I really like driving at night in this game. It's almost a bit exciting. Since it's more difficult to keep track of things. Just like in real life.
Apparently we're not doing enough trucker speak.
That's an unfair stereotype.
Breaker, breaker. It's the only bit I know.
Truckers are people too, you know. They just happen to like leather and solitude and beer. And driving trucks. Seriously though, I don't even know any trucker speak. I mean, shit. I don't really have that much trucker experience either. I've ridden in a truck once, but that's pretty much my extent.
Damn, those signal panels look pretty good in the night.
They do, actually. And also you can change the level of illumination, apparently, in the car options. Which is pretty neat. Those are also should be mentioned that if you are set them up with a UK dash panel, it will be in miles per hour rather than kilometers.
Oh, thank God for that. I have no idea what a kilometre is.
A kilometre? I mean, what even is that, am I right?
Yeah, it's like 2 meters, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you know, almost. Latin speakers worldwide, they are staring at you in shame now. Good lord.
And my generation in the UK is a bit mixed up because we do miles, but then we have centimetres rather than inches.
Yeah, which on the other hand makes sense, because I've always felt that the whole system of talking about quarters and eighths of an inch, because your smallest commonly used, I mean, unit of measurement is roughly 2.5 centimeters. That must get really annoying once you get down to the nitty-gritty of small details.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's sort of 10 years older than me and above. They kind of talk about inches and Fahrenheit, and I've got no idea what they're going on about most of the time because my generation didn't learn that. Yay, decimals!
Yeah, well, I mean, decimals are a good thing. I mean, they make everything easier to count with, if nothing else.
The thing is, here, if you know counting in inches and feet, it means you are a geek, a wargamer, or a tabletop player.
Pretty much.
I know yards because I do archery, but other than that...
Oh hey, archery. That's a great sport. I like archery.
Yes.
I used to do archery as well when I was younger, but... I just
probably shouldn't talk about it in front of a Frenchman, to be honest. I am sorry.
Old hostilities given new life again.
Bah.
Remember Agincourt? They just start throwing things at each other.
Agincourt is nothing compared to pate.
Let's just be perfectly fair, really, at this point. If anyone is still holding a grudge about 100 years war, they should grow the fuck up. Seriously. Jesus Christ.
I've only got it on the brain because it was on QI last week. They were talking about it.
Stephen Fry with his all too frequent jokes about messing with the French.
Yeah.
And to be honest, when you spend centuries fighting someone, in the end you have much more in common with them than anyone else.
Yeah, I was about to say. Am I stuck or something, or is my truck just really, really weak? Come on, truck, you can do this. There we go. There we go. Finding purchase. And off we go. Sorry about that, everyone in the back. But yeah, archery is great fun, actually.
It is, yeah. We do it as a family.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Is it just your family, so to speak, or is it your mother and father and so on, siblings and everyone, or?
It's me, my husband, our eldest child. The youngest one's too young because he's a toddler. And then all my partner's family, so his brother, his mum, his dad, his uncle, everybody.
Remember, kids, 1 hour a day keeps the Scotsman away. And we all remember that bloody brilliant law specific to Edinburgh that you are not allowed to shoot at Scotsmen with a longbow after 7 p.m. Before that, though, it's perfectly fine. Just go crazy. And I do believe that it is still actually a law in England, at least in the Kingdom of England, that you are supposed to, all adult males have to spend at least 1 hour each day on archery practice.
I know that's true in Korea. That's why they're so brilliant and whip our asses every Olympics.
Korean archers.
I shoot longbow, and I could technically be called up to fight for my country, which is quite scary.
Well, you know, good old Mad Dog Jack Churchill did pretty well during World War II with a longbow and a broadsword, so...
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to face an Iraqi tank with only a longbow.
Hey, Rambo did it. Just put some dynamite on there and it works out.
Well, to be honest, my grandfather charged against heavy machine gun nest just with a horse, a saber, and his magnificent red pant. You know, just to be spotted very easily.
Charge of the Light Brigade.
Yes, and he did survive. And since that day, he spent a lot of time calling generals imbecile.
Well, to be perfectly fair, I mean, if there was one thing we learned in both World War I and II, it's that the French are amazing soldiers as long as their leaders aren't idiots. The problem is that throughout the 20th century, France pretty much exclusively had idiots for leaders, so it didn't really work out.
It's just like everything. It was an old country where everything was more like a matter of prestige and family ties than anything else.
Yeah.
When De Gaulle came up and said the war will all be about speed and movement, just laughed at him, and then we ate Blitzkrieg.
The Maginot Line will never be broken.
Well, to be honest, the Germans were very, very lucky, but this single stroke of luck destroyed everything.
Yeah. I mean,
because to be able to pierce through a forest with lots of hills and no way to resupply, it was either a catastrophe or a miracle.
Yeah, and that's something that a lot of people don't actually learn in school. Is that Germany's basically blitzkrieg attack into France was a huge gamble. Had they been bogged down, that would pretty much have been the end of World War II right then and there, because the French army would probably have been able to hold them down until the rest of the world just marched into Germany and went, God damn it, are you up to this bullshit again?
But to be honest, it's just better to avoid France's military history altogether on the internet, because people know nothing. So just
lol, surrender monkeys,
yes.
Says the Americans. And you go, really... God damn it, without the French, the American nation wouldn't even exist, you arrogant assholes.
And if you go back in time, England is just... an offset of France. I mean, they spoke French. The royal court was mainly made of French noble. Everything was French, and then.
But it should of course be mentioned that this was a Norman family, and the Norman families came from
France.
The north, the Scandinavian from the base. That's where the word Norman comes from.
Oh, I misunderstood you.
Which means that in the end, it's Vikings all the way down.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think anyone is actually English. We're all descended from Vikings or Normans.
I mean, I don't think there are many Saxons left, are there?
No.
I was about to say. And not to mention that the Saxons originally originated from Denmark.
But it's always funny if you want to imagine how history could have been, because just take the 100-year war. You had two dynasties in France. If to be honest, the side which won hated the Englishmen, but if it was the other side who won, it is very possible that England and France would have merged.
Now that would have been good times. Anyone wants to sail through the channel? I don't think so.
Indeed.
You wanna sail around Scotland? I don't think so. Oh, what's that, Eastern Europe? You can't actually get access to the Atlantic anymore? Well, boo-hoo. Pay the toll or get out. Though, of course, we Vikings had a solution to that as well. We just went east instead.
That's what I just love history, because when you look, it just shows how much all, nationalist pride, ideologies and stuff, it's just meaningless.
It's completely meaningless, yeah. Everything was a mix of everything back in the day. No one can claim that we, the X, did X, because here's the thing, you didn't. It was someone completely different from a completely different people in a completely different society, and they didn't even actually call themselves that nationality because the nation you so gladly speak highly of didn't actually exist back then.
That's what makes me laugh about like the BNP and our other really right-wing parties when they say, oh, everyone should go back to wherever they're from. And you think, well, at one time the world was like one huge continent. Nobody can go back to where they were from.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, like, exactly which date are we talking about? I mean, there aren't many Picts left to give England back to, so to speak, because the Pictish people has been completely genocided at this point. And I mean, we can't give it back to the Saxons either, because there aren't really many Saxon descendants left either. And if we're talking Normans, I should guess that they should first go back to France, and then the French Normans should go back to Sweden, Norway.
And we all should go back to Africa.
Yeah, let's everyone just go back to West Africa and enjoy ourselves.
And then it's not even that simple, because before all the continents were one.
Good lord. Right, an excellent job apparently. We are the best. Alright, let's head over to the bank. Hello, bank.
Right, I'm going to mute my mic for a moment.
Feel free. Okay, what we're going to do is that we are going to repay our loan in its entirely. There we go. Then we are going to borrow 400,000 euros at, wait, a 12% interest rate. Jesus Christ. Fuck your shit. Alright. Then we head over to our garage manager and we upgrade our garage. Oh shit. Hooray! Hey, look at that. Our garage looks pretty neat now. Alright. So, we're going to need a new truck. So let's head up over to the Scania truck dealers, I suppose. In Hannover. That's really far away. Don't we have one up here? Yeah, we have one up here. That's a lot closer to Glasgow. Whoosh. Yeah, I don't think we can afford this one. We're not even high enough level to buy it. Let's see. There's one truck, but need to customize the configuration a bit, maybe. Don't want it green for starters. Let's make it white. There we go, buy this truck. Do you wish to drive this new truck? No. I want to deliver it to Glasgow, please. Target slot number 2. There we go.
So you are upgrading your truck?
Yep, now let's see. Let's go to the recruitment agency. Hire a driver. Henry, Toby, Sebastian, and Daniel. Huh. And Matthews.
Oh god. 0.8.
Yeah.
1.7.
Yeah. Okay, Henry,
Only former kamikazes.
Henry, you're hired. Against my better knowledge, I suppose you're hired. Oh, good lord. Okay, and let's hop over to company manager again and see here. So, what the heck are you up to? He's currently idle and is not doing anything. Okay, well then. How do I actually get you to do shit? That's the question. There's no tutorial for that.
Oh, you've hired somebody, have you?
Yes, I've hired Henry at long last. Thing is though, I don't really have any idea how to put him to work, is the thing. Let's see. Driver managers. Henry, how do I actually get you to do things? Training policy? Huh, okay. Yeah, you can have a balanced training policy, why not? Right then, well I suppose that he'll just do whatever he does, I guess.
Have you bought him a truck?
Yes, he has a truck. He has the same model of truck that I do. Let's see, to Birmingham, Lyon, Felixstowe, London, Cambridge. I think that they want brought to... Oh, here we go. Wood shavings to Southampton.
Yay!
Why do you want wood shavings? I don't get it.
I don't know. We've got the New Forest here. We've got all the wood we could ever want.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, shit. Let's see, whoa, okay. How do I get out of here? Just full reverse. Reverse the whole way.
So I have the stream on mute now. Does your truck make that annoying "this vehicle is reversing" when you reverse?
No, it just goes beep, 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 beep a lot. That's bad enough though, isn't it?
It's not as bad as the talking. My bedroom used to overlook a loading bay. 3 a.m. every morning. Lidl, I'm blaming you because it was Lidl. Their
Verdammtes Lidl. Also, is that how it's pronounced in England? Lidl.
Lidl, yeah. How do you pronounce it then?
Lidl.
Oh.
It's German, you know. Then again, not that it actually freaking matters, I mean, shit.
It's all the same to us. IKEA, Lidl, Aldi. It's all foreign.
Yeah, IKEA and Lidl is basically the same thing. Good lord. That's basically, though, the best thing about being a Swede, though, is basically wherever you go, there is always an IKEA, so you can always grab some good old Swedish chow and be on your way.
Yeah, we've got one now in Southampton.
Nice. You visited?
I have been, but the car park's a little bit scary.
They tend to have gigantic car parks, yeah.
It's not just that, it's got this curved ramp, and we're not really used to that in England. And it's like you're driving up a, I don't know what, a ski slope or something.
I see. I don't have to worry about that, luckily. We actually have one of the largest IKEAs in the world in my city, interestingly enough. Well, outside my city. It's naturally not inside the urban area of the city, because that would have made it also the most expensive mall in the world, but... we have a really big IKEA, actually.
Yeah, I think ours is one of the few that's actually, like, in a city centre. They all kind of tend to be out just outside, and then there's ours, right in the middle.
Just throw down there. There's nothing in Southampton anyway, they said. Just drop it there, no one will bother.
It used to be a Pirelli plant. Won't be missed.
No one even came to the funeral, I was about to say, but... see, I think we should be on the left side of the road now. Because we're going to make a left turn up ahead, I think. Right. Yep. Stuff to discover. Nice. See what this is. I'm not entirely sure what I was doing there, but...
Oh!
Clearly I was horribly confused there for a moment. Right, oh, it's a Renault dealer. Renault.
That's one badass fence, so...
Yeah.
French cars. Right, so anyway. Sweden used to make such great trucks, but now basically everything has collapsed because the Swedish auto industry was really, really dumb. Like, catastrophically dumb to the point where you wonder what the hell they were even doing. The only remaining car brand that is actually Swedish now is Volvo. And that's mainly because we couldn't let it go. We basically just refused. There was no way Volvo was going to be anything else than Swedish.
Haven't sold it to the Germans yet, then?
Parts of it, but not all of it.
All our big car manufacturers, I think, are now owned by BMW and Audi.
Yeah. Yeah. Centralization of car brand ownership, which ends up meaning that all cars look exactly the same.
Except for Volvos.
Except for Volvos, because they look all exactly the same as modern cars as well, actually, come to think of it.
Yeah, they used to look like wardrobes on wheels, though, that's what my dad used to say.
Yeah, the old classic 240 and 740 models, god damn, those were some seriously ugly cars, but so incredibly reliable. As you may or may not know, Volvo is Latin for I roll. So that's sort of the joke, they just keep on rolling, no matter what happens.
Everybody says to me, oh yeah, Volvos are the safest car in the world. But when I was 3, I was nearly killed by one, so I kind of don't see them that way.
They're safer for the people in them, that's the point.
Yeah, we were in an Austin Allegro.
Yeah, you can run over as many infants as you like. It won't even matter. It'll keep rolling. Through the entire preschooler class.
No, we were in a British car, which probably wasn't very well made, and a woman went through the red light in her Volvo and nearly pushed us off a cliff.
There you go, I was about to say this. Now that's a story.
Yeah.
Still, I have an even better car story, because I was also almost killed by a car once. In my case, it was a black Porsche 911. And can you guess who was driving it?
I dread to think. Go on.
The King of Sweden. Seriously, true story. I was out together with my class. I think I was in 1st grade, I believe. And we were basically having a school trip to the capital. I still lived in the capital then, but had gone into the city to look at the castle and stuff like that, and we were passing the back gate of the castle, crossing the small little driveway there, and a black Porsche just comes screeching in out of nowhere, and I'm standing there like a deer in the headlights, and I just barely managed to brake. We're talking like that my kneecaps were almost touching the front of the car, more or less. And I look up and I stare right into the face of His Royal Majesty, the King of Sweden, and next to him is the Queen, who looks absolutely terrified.
Wow. Do you know, that makes me really impressed with Swedish royalty, to be honest, because ours aren't allowed to drive themselves, they're not allowed to get in the same plane or the same car.
Yeah.
Yours just run over small children in Porsche 911s.
Yeah, I was about to say. Finally the Sun has some interesting to write about. Queen murders 6 children on single drive. New record?
See, I think the Queen doesn't need a driving licence to drive, but I don't think she's actually driven a car.
The Queen is actually an excellent driver, and she is also part of the Motorist Association, which means that if she sees you with a broken down car, she is legally obliged to help you. Little known fact. Also, it should be mentioned that, yes, exactly as you say, the Queen of England is the only person in England who does not need a license to drive. And as QI is conveniently equipped that if she ever has to identify herself, she only has to pull out a 20 out of her wallet anyway.
She doesn't look anything like that anymore.
Nor
really
do people on their driver's license pictures, so that's perfectly fine. Seriously, you should see me in mine, holy shit. Because I got a license basically as early as it's illegal in Sweden. I had just turned 18 and I was a terrible teenager. I basically didn't give a shit about how I looked, and I actually wore a black leather coat, one of those horrible long leather trench coats around. I really liked that trench coat, by the way. It was comfy as hell. Had lots of pockets, and that's why I bought it. But in any case, I had really long hair back then as well. I mean, seriously, I'm just going to completely ruin your image of me here, but the thing is, I wasn't basically the trench coat mafia kind of person that you would imagine. I was actually a pretty well-adjusted person, it's just that I didn't look well-adjusted at all. A bit like goons. And in any case, it was cold out, as it tends to be in Sweden. So I was wearing this really nice woolen sweater that my mother had bought me, and I sat down in the booth to snap the pictures that were going to be used on my license. But what I hadn't realized was that when I was moving about, that sweater had built up a lot of static electricity that was then transferred to the wall behind me. So in the picture you can clearly see that all my hair on the back of my head is rising up towards the wall. So it looks like I have the bed head of the century and you're staring straight ahead.
Well, then all you need to do is, if someone asks you to prove who you are, you just get out your Van de Graaff generator and touch it, and then you go, there you go, I look exactly like I do in the photo.
It should also be mentioned that I had a terrible beard at the time. I'm usually clean shaven these days. Still, I've never had any problem with that. I've only been stopped by the police once, and even then it was one of those preset checkpoints where they basically check everyone that drives past to make sure that they're not drinking. And I believe it was 0.0, as could be expected since I'm allergic to alcohol and don't drink. That's pretty much it. Apart from that, nothing ever. I haven't even... I mean, I use it as my ID, I guess, for picking up packages and stuff like that, but I have never actually been forced to show anyone my license as part of official business.
No, nor have I, and now I'm too old to be asked to show it when I buy alcohol or knives or anything, which is quite depressing.
Buying knives requires an ID in England. Have you heard about that, everyone? Nanny state, am I right?
And yes, there is a GTA in London and it's awesome.
Yeah, it actually is. It has great music, if nothing else. And it also has that badass car with the Union Jack on it. Because that's what you all drive in England, right? Cars with the Union Jack on the roof. That's
Yeah.
They come like that straight from the factory.
Damn, even the rain in fog is awesome.
Yeah, the rain actually, it works like rain is the thing. And again, that's completely shocking to me. I mean, just look at the droplets on the side windows. They are actually pulled along by the wind pressure from the driving. Which means that if you're standing still, they go straight down. But if you're driving, they are slowly pulled alongside the truck.
It really cannot be otherwise. The guys who made these games, they must all of them be 40 years old truckers.
I'm gonna let this car pass. Also, I haven't mentioned this during this stream, but I did during the last time I played, that all the people in cars and trucks and buses and so on, they actually follow the law. And they drive sensibly, which means that cars will put themselves behind you and wait until the road is clear, and then they will do a flying pass. They will not just stick behind a truck for 6 hours, because that's not what you do when you're driving a car, unless you are really in no hurry.
So this is like the anti-GTA. Everyone being lawful and
Yeah.
nice.
Also note that I passed underneath the road, the rain stopped for a moment. Yep. Rain actually impacts on physical objects. Which many modern games actually doesn't give a shit about. It just rains straight through buildings, cars, everything. It's easier that way after all. Now Blood Graveling is getting into it and trying the demo, and he's going, holy shit. Finally, the game he has been waiting for. The game that will let him move on from Farming Simulator.
It is the best GTA. Although I'm probably biased being English, but
No such thing as national bias. Speaking of national bias, I just thought of an old Danish joke when we were discussing the whole Union Jack on the roof of cars, because it's a Danish joke that goes like this: how do you recognize a Swede?
I don't know. How do you recognise a Swede?
Blue eyes and yellow teeth. And we usually counter with a Dane, you only need to look in the eyes. Because they're completely red with a dash of white. And then a Norwegian enters the room and goes, "Hey guys, have I mentioned lately how much I hate you and how stupid you are?" And then there's a Finn in the corner drinking, usually.
And look, it's the same trick again. Transinet, I swear this guy...
Transinet assholes. I'm gonna pass you.
He's stalking you.
I'm gonna pass you, yeah.
He's stalking us.
Oh yeah! Boom goes the dynamite. Yeah. Any case, talking of stalking trucks, though, there is a truck here in the city I live in that says "Grandmother's Mustard" on it, with a large, cartoonish grandmother holding just this giant tub of mustard. And every time I go outside, that truck is either parked somewhere along the route I will be walking or drives past me. It is almost getting creepy, because I had this mental count that 130 outings in a row I saw that damn truck. And at that point you're just starting to almost develop a paranoia. I mean, what's up with that truck? What does it want with me? Why is it always there?
Is it working? Have you bought any of Grandma's mustard?
I hate mustard. I guess that's the thing. Really pissed off at me, as that guy. Spreading anti-mustard propaganda. Oh, we'll get you yet. We'll get you yet.
Is mustard a very European thing? I know it's an English thing and a French thing, but do other countries have mustard?
Sweden is pretty big on mustard, but that's mainly because we're big on hot dogs. Hot dogs is a traditional Swedish dish, almost. I don't know how that worked out or happened, but that's how it is. And now Blodgrävling is just going crazy when he realizes that you have to drive on the left side of the road in England in Euro Truck Simulator. Holy shit, bro, it's the game of the century! 48 euros toll just for using the roads. You bastards. Oh shit, someone is calling me on my computer. I guess I'll just ignore them. Pretend that it's my truck manager and he wants to ask where the hell I am, and I don't give a shit. So I'm going to Southampton. Yeah, that's right. Screw you, boss, you don't pay me enough for me to answer you while driving.
Maybe it's your employee, though.
I suppose. Frankentan, if you're online on Steam, could you please tell Puck that I am currently driving a truck? I can't really let go of the keyboard.
That's a hell of an excuse. I can't come to the phone right now. I'm driving a truck in England.
And oh yeah, as Blodgrävling and Frankentan brings up, liver paste. Liver paste is the shit. What is
that?
That is basically pig organs, mainly liver and some blood, combined with some magical mysteries, turned into a spreadable sandwich topping.
Oh, like pate?
Yeah, it's basically a liver pate of sorts. And that is a very Nordic thing, because I think we're pretty much I think that the Nordic countries consume like 80% of it. And you can find it at almost any Swedish and Norwegian fridge, more or less. There's also a lot of disagreement just how healthy it is and why people like it and everything. I mean, because normally people don't eat liver very much, because liver itself is something that most people don't like. But liver paste is almost universally popular.
Ah, liver paste. Pâté de foie, yeah, it's very big here as well.
Yeah, it's huge in France, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's where the word. That's where the word comes from, pâté. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, pâté. Pâté, yeah. It's the sweet English massacre.
Of course.
That despicable excuse.
Well, one is right in pâté, donc P-A-T-E-E, and the other one it's P-A-T-A-E. But it's French, it's just pointless and complex pronunciation.
It's just to make sure that no one who isn't French can pronounce it properly.
Yeah, pretty much. And because we have like gazillion different minor languages. I mean, just bragging.
Holy shit, like... Blodgrävling, did you actually manage to tip your truck over? Okay, here's what you do. You press F7, and then you see that there's a button that you can call for the assistance corps to come help you. That is what you're going to have to do. Wow, yes. Wow. No comment.
When he's not killing teammates, he's tipping trucks over.
Jesus Christ, Blodgrävling. What the hell? Hey, look at that train. Is it a TGV train of some sort?
No, it's not.
No.
Well, Brainamp, maybe it's just, trying to atone for his double team kill.
Lurkopter seems to be leaving us, which is a shame, but have a good one, Lurk.
See ya, Colonel.
Colonel Copter has left the building. Thank goodness, maybe now someone else can earn some XP and rank up.
Yes, like me. The next one to...
As if.
If you don't get me killed, of course.
I hate getting people killed in XCOM. Seriously, I'm terrible in that. In my classic game, the only people I have lost were the people in the tutorial, because I was stupid enough to actually want to see what the tutorial was about. So I have 3 casualties on my classic game and no one else.
But to be honest, playing the new XCOM is like playing Dark Souls after Demon Souls. You are like, well, yes, I am a veteran, I know this game, it's no problem. And then you get stomped so hard, you don't get what's going on.
I was just amazed at the amount of like friendly fire there was.
And that's basically my biggest complaint, is that if a soldier panics, he doesn't spin around 180 degrees and starts gunning down his friends. That's not how it works. Right, Southampton, along the A259.
But after the stream, I have been trying a mod for XCOM, the Warspace extension mod, which I think you might like, because it really changes a lot of things. Like, you don't have a stupid team kills anymore. You have a lot more sense and utility in perks for each classes.
Probably going to beat the game once or twice before I decide to do anything about that, though.
Well, it's kind of a hassle to play with it again anyway, because you must be offline with Steam.
Oh.
Yes, because if you are online, the game will automatically patch up and
mod support.
Yes.
Nope. Oh, Firaxis. Why are you so angry about the fact that modders make the game better than you do, so you remove mod support? That's not a very mature reaction, you know.
C'est announced that they're going to remove it.
And now Blue Javelin is sharing a picture with us of his accident.
How on earth did he manage that?
Well, I played Farming Simulator with him in multiplayer, and I can say that he has pretty good control over a tractor, but I guess that a truck is simply a different thing altogether. You can actually mod dozens of different trucks into Farming Simulator 2011, because there are shitloads of truck mods.
Are you going to get 2013?
Originally, it was supposed that I was going to get a review copy, but that fell through due to the PR people. But so now I'm a bit, you know, I sort of want to play it. I definitely want to play it. I'm gonna stream it. I sure as hell don't want to pay money for it. That's the problem with getting a hold of many of the. Oh wait, hey, look at that. It was actually a class combine harvester right out of Farming Simulator 2011. There it was. Oh, very nice.
You are in beautiful Kent.
Yeah, beautiful Kent. That's the water over there. There's some sort of manor sticking up over there. No, it's an old church. Goodness, how picturesque. Charming. Quite. Etc.
It is. It's beautiful. It's England.
All rise for the national anthem. But still, England is okay, I guess. I've been to England quite a few times, actually, though I've mostly spent a lot of my vacation time abroad in Ireland, actually, in the Dublin area.
I've never been to Ireland. I'd love to go.
I had some good experience from that too. such as the time when I was out biking with the kids of the family I knew there, and I biked ahead a bit because I had a certain biological need, so I wanted to get back to the house as quick as possible, and I turned a corner and there was a group of wild dogs there, and then they chased me for 7 blocks. Fucking Ireland. The worst part though was that when we actually got back, and more or less they found me just hanging over the handlebars of my bike, trying to catch my breath after trying to outrun those freaking dogs. They basically went, "Oh, you ran into the wild dogs? Yeah, they tend to chase kids who bike around here." It's like, yeah, thanks. Thanks. Now I know. Now I know.
Oh, tunnel.
Are you familiar with the tunnels along the A259?
I'm not sure. Don't think I'm familiar with this one, no. There's a tunnel on the A27 I know quite well.
Part of the daily commute, I was about to say.
No. I live a mile away from where I work.
Okay. It's just a morning walk then, basically.
Yeah.
See, I doubt that the Southampton urban area in the game is going to resemble the actual Southampton very much, or at all. But,
No. I do wonder where you're taking these wood chippings though, because there's like 2 big industrial areas and one of them's opposite IKEA, so you might get to see the IKEA if you're lucky.
I doubt that they actually got the license to put IKEA in the game, though it would have been amazing. Okay, Brainamp says that I desperately need to download an XCOM mod. I have no way of actually checking it right now, but please, someone do open up that link and read a feature list to me.
Yes, it's Warspace extension, the mod I have been telling you about.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to link a My Little Pony mod or something.
Yeah, it's because I just linked a picture. It's one of the best game I had with this mod. It was a terror mission in a military base, and you had like 18 civilians, and all of them got eaten by chrysalids. So I got like cornered in a last man stand with 20 plus chrysalids rushing me.
Welp.
Yeah, and
good run, boys. Good run.
I got
Blood Graveling, what the hell are you doing?
I can't see how he's managed that at all either.
The worst thing is that in Farmer Simulator 2011, for example, the vehicles are pretty much self-writing. I have a recording of me doing the first tutorial mission, and I basically just action movie style roll a tractor on its roof and then just keep driving, because the wheels are so heavy that they can't tip over, basically. They automatically tip over onto the wheels again, just due to the weight distribution. But Blood Graveling just somehow has the skills that are needed to do the impossible. I suppose that could be a sense of pride in its own way. Let's see, we're almost there, 20 miles left. Oh, just popped up on the map too, that's our target.
So what road are you on now?
Still on the 259, I think. I haven't actually seen any signs that tell me differently, at least.
I do not know that road at all.
Well, there you go.
If you're 20 miles away from Southampton, you must be coming up to Portsmouth.
I'm not entirely sure if Portsmouth is actually modelled in the game. It's probably here somewhere. It just doesn't exist, basically. Let's pass this tanker filled with... God damn it, Transnet, stop trying to steal my business. He was transporting shit all over the place.
So keep an eye on you, always.
Transnet will be watching you, Commander.
He's not on the wrong side, Greeder. He's in England.
The right
coming to
side,
see me.
The right side, which is the left side. Left, right, 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 left, left, right, etc. I think that skit has probably been done by pretty much every British comedy group ever, sadly, at this point. For that alone, you can never switch over, because all those classic skits would suddenly make no sense. They would require a single sentence of explanation, and we all know how that kills jokes, especially online. For a very good example of this, head over to Post Your Favorite and go into either the Post Your Favorite funny image or Post Your Favorite joke to tell threads. And you will realize that some people will need every joke ever explained in exquisite detail, and they still will not get it. And will say that it is dumb. Because it's not funny. Alright, you saw that sign. We're now entering an area with speed cameras, which means that if you pass the speed limit now, you will be caught right away. Let's keep it cool.
I'm still trying to work out where the hell you are.
Southampton Industrial Area X. It is hidden from the public's eye. Truck drivers only.
And it really looks like they made handcrafted maps for each city, because it's really never the same, and I cannot recognize any...
The layout is always different. It's just that they have basically the various spedition companies have the same buildings.
Yeah.
And apparently we were working for Transnet all along. Dun 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 dun.
You are the Transnet.
I was the Transnet all along. Alright.
You know, just as you pulled in, I think I figured out where you are.
Hooray! Okay, well done. We leveled up, so let's grab long distance. Why not? Let's grab another level of long distance. Drive up to 528 miles. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see. Company manager. Seriously, Henry, what the heck are you doing? He's apparently on duty, and he's on the road. He's on the road. Where is he? He's freighting fertilizer from Glasgow to Duisburg.
Wow.
Wow. That was one hell of a drive.
Yeah, for fertilizer, you think they'd have it closer than that?
So, when you have employees, can they fail missions or something?
I'm not sure.
Or have accidents or something?
Also, I'm sort of curious, can I actually see my guys anywhere? It would be sort of neat if I can actually, you know, keep track of where my boys were at. Where my driver's at? He's somewhere around here, at least. He's going here. We know that much. So he probably took the ferry from Felixstowe, maybe from Dover, and so he's probably hopped off in Amsterdam after crossing with the channel from Felixstowe. Work down there. Alright. Alright. See if that actually means anything. Right, so Southampton, what do you want transported? A digger. They want to send a digger over to Luxembourg. I see. I see. You can also drive into London. I haven't actually been in London yet. At all. Huh. What is the most expensive we can bring at period anyway? We have one from Glasgow to Duisburg. 643 miles with ammunition. Jeez. And dynamite from Aberdeen to Sheffield.
What's up with all the... What's up with all the
Scottish terrorist delivery?
Explosives, I mean, aren't those always shipped in convoy and stuff? I really don't see ammunitions and high-grade explosives being carried by a lone truck with no protection. And
yeah, it seems a bit unlikely that he's just allowed to barrel down the road on his own. It seems a bit unlikely. Also, we can apparently keep bringing those wood shavings further north. All the way up to Carlisle for some reason.
Another place with a lot of wood of its own.
Why do they want these wood shavings? I don't get it.
Maybe they're packing the ammunition in them.
I think that is just that I'm actually transporting something completely different. I mean, do note that it's a sealed container. Why would you need a sealed and separated container for wood shavings? I mean, wouldn't you normally just put them in the back of a lorry or something? Or just in an ordinary open-topped container with some plastic over? But no, it's a closed and locked container with wood shavings.
Well, you are working for TransUnit, so do not ask what is inside.
TransUnit is the umbrella of spedition companies. And apparently they have almost complete control over Southampton.
Well,
Tree ET. Yeah, we have Tree ET as well, but apart from that, it's all TransUnit.
Well, it's your fault. You picked up the toxic skill, so now
Jesus
you are working
Christ.
with the devil.
And here we have Tree ET wants me to bring wood shavings from Southampton to Paris. That is the exact opposite that we just did. God damn it. Let's check what's going on in London. Oh, we can't check that at the moment. Oh. Cambridge,
So I guess...
Cambridge just wants me to bring tractors to France. I guess.
So I guess they're going to expand the map with time.
Not sure what we're going to do here, I was about to say. Do we want to head back through Belgium, maybe? Actually head down into Belgium. And then back into France and into him. That's pretty far. So boring. Are there any short and nice trips? Actually, let's just bring these logs to London, I realize, because I haven't actually been to London yet in the game. I get a good feeling that I should probably discover London. It's a bit ridiculous to be a... I mean, imagine being a Scottish spedition company and you ask around and it turns out that none of the drivers have ever actually been to the capital of England. It's like, I don't even know how to get there.
So I feel I should be tour guidey now and say, on your right, you will see where IKEA would be if this was real.
An industry building. And on
the
right,
left should be the docks.
Another featureless industry building. Fuck red lights. Yeah. No one's going to report me. They know better. Still, I actually really like that it's not just this electric eye in the sky. Always there, feel he's there, he knows when you're breaking the law. Because I get so tired of that in the other simulators, like bus driving simulator and stuff like that. You just basically happen to nudge the line at a red light and suddenly just this magical $500 fine flies in through your window. Oh. And apparently I just got 50 experience points for 62 miles of free roam. I see.
And you seem to have already got out of Southampton.
Yep. Southampton is a tiny little place.
It is.
Nothing there. Or nothing of import, at least.
No. We gave the world Craig David, and that's about it, really. Benny Hill, a Spitfire. Yeah. Spitfire's kind of cool.
Yeah, I was about to say, one of these things are not quite like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong, because it's actually a valuable contribution.
The Goons have this thing about Benny Hill, and I really don't get it. I mean, I live just around the corner from where he was born, and it's boring.
I think it's just the music. They just really like playing Jackie the Sax any excuse they get. Because they are silly people.
I walk past his grave every day.
Is there anything more to that? Do you like laugh at it, pray at it, put down some flowers, or you just or you actually just walking past the graveyard? I mean,
I wish I could say I run round it 8 times humming yakety sax, but no.
Just part of this really strange Benny Hill cult. They all arrive with saxophones at exactly 05:30 in the morning and play it once, standing around the grave, and then everyone shakes hands and they go in their separate directions.
It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
That is the worst thing, though, about the whole thing about globalism and the rising number of people in this world, is that the creepy, strange and insane people use the internet to basically arrange meetings, and then before you know it, they're out there, doing things, together. And you realize that, holy shit, there's no way we can actually stop these people now that they have the internet. They will always be able to organize.
Well, that's why the internet is both the best and the worst thing ever made.
Yeah. I always bring that up, though, whenever the internet comes up, just how incredibly amazing the internet actually is, because a lot of people don't really realize what an amazing difference the internet has made for, well, everything. 20 years ago it was difficult to even just get hold of each other if you didn't happen to be standing within range of a telephone. A stationary telephone. But
the
now
world is just not the same anymore.
Yeah.
It's not comparable.
Yeah, after the internet became a commonplace thing, that's like the largest paradigm shift in human history, more or less. I mean, people talk about the phone, but guess what? The phone was originally a luxury, and it still required you to actually be in the range of a telephone. But with the internet and the advent of cell phones, laptops and so on... Let's see, wait, I'm driving on the wrong side of the road. That's not good at all. Wrong way, offense. I'm trying to fix that, damn it. Stop being dicks. I was too busy talking about the internet to actually remember to drive on the left side of the road.
Well, talking about...
Right, we're fine. Let's go. No problem. Sorry about that, everyone.
What was the reason again for driving on the left? Was it this old thing, you know, you ride on the left because it leaves you your right arm free to swing a sword or something?
I think that simply originally they felt that the strong arm should be the one controlling the wheel at all times. And I guess that basically since people and horses walked and rode on the left side, then they figured, well, why can't cars do the same?
Yeah, we do kind of tend to walk on the left. I mean, even at my secondary school there were big signs everywhere that said keep left.
Stay left, kids.
And I guess the French did the opposite because curse those pesky Englishmen.
Yeah.
The English drive on the left, ergo, we have to drive on the right, sir. Sweden actually drove on the left for a pretty long time too. I think we changed it first in the shit. Oh hey, income 2,061 euros from driver Henry. Driver Henry. The hero the world deserves. Wow, this bus right here. Wow, he is picking a fight with me. Did you really try to pass a truck during a down ramp?
It's a bus, remember, you can't beat them. Come on.
This bus was actually pretty slow though, for some reason. Alright,
it was not the boss bus.
Here's a MOOC level. Whoa, whoa, here we go. Whoa, look at that. Zoom.
Oh, the M3.
Yeah, now we're on the good old M3.
Oh.
So now you're going to find that you're heading north on the M3. There's going to be a lot of lorries, overtaking lorries, going uphill, and everybody gets slowed down to 30 miles an hour.
And God forbid you try to honk your horn, because you will die before the sound has stopped echoing. Lorry drivers are not forgiving.
No. I always seem to get stuck behind one, trying to overtake another one on a hill. Doesn't matter where I'm going, what time of the day it is.
Just 4 lorries arrive and box you in.
Yeah.
Driving in the wrong neighborhood, miss.
It is quite scary, because I've only got a little car. And there's this big trucks.
It ain't easy having a small car when there are big trucks about. What do you drive, actually?
A Fiesta.
Jeez, am I right? Oh, what's that? Some sort of blue thing in the background. Is that a giant PlayStation Move controller? It's probably a water tower. Probably a water tower, though.
Oh, I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Because you must be coming up to Winchester, and Winchester has nothing like that. Not that I know, anyway.
Radar tower, maybe? A water tower? Whatever. Might be that they just plopped that down because they just had the model lying around, I guess.
Maybe it's not supposed to be blue.
That too, I suppose. Maybe it's grey in real life.
Yeah. Everything in England is grey.
That is very true. Part of industrialism, I was about to say, but that was in the 19th century.
Did you see our opening ceremony at the Olympics?
No, I did not. I completely ignored the 2012 Olympics, actually. I usually ignore the Olympics. They are just one of those things that happens every 4 years, and everyone starts yelling a lot about how incredibly important it is that they won more medals than X. And I go, well, whoop-de-doo. Congratulations, I guess. But
the whole opening ceremony was about the Industrial Revolution. It's brilliant. And by brilliant, I mean rubbish.
Lots of children covered in coal dancing.
Yeah.
And then they all fell down and died due to coal lung.
Yeah. But there was a whole bit about the NHS and Great Ormond Street Hospital, so yeah, in a way.
There you go.
And then Lord Voldemort came out of nowhere, for some reason.
Harry Potter is British, right? So English is shit's the Queen.
No, the Queen's German. Or Greek.
Yeah, very true, very true. Which is also one of those things that I always find hilarious when you look back and realize that pretty much no European royal house actually has people, you know, with ancestry in the nation that they are the kings and queens of.
No.
I mean, it's the same thing here in Sweden, because the Swedish royal family is Bernadotte, and they are actually French, because Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte was a field marshal in Napoleon's armies, and after he fought against Sweden in Denmark, he showed respect and actually captured the Swedish soldiers instead of just running them down and murdering them like the British would want to do. So when the Swedish nobles got back, they thought, you know what, that French guy that we fought, he seems like a real nice guy. Yeah, I like him. And so when we needed a king, one of them just suggested, you know what, I fought against this French guy back in Denmark, you know, when we got our asses kicked. And I think, you know, he was a pretty classy chap. No, alright. And so the basically State Parliament of Sweden wrote a letter to Napoleon and went, hey, could we borrow Field Marshal Bernadotte from you? You know, we need a king. And Napoleon went, yeah, sure, I guess. Because he had desperately been trying to keep Bernadotte away from Paris, because Bernadotte was basically this really, really ambitious and power-hungry guy combined with a really, really, really sharp brain. So he was incredibly dangerous to Napoleon. So he sent him off to Sweden. He was crowned king, and can you guess what the first thing he did as order of king? More or less.
Invade France.
He joined the alliance on the British side and declared war on France. Entirely correct.
Oh, surprising.
What are you gonna do now, Nappy? Didn't expect that, did you? That's what you get for treating me like shit for 14 years.
Oh, well, you have plenty of stories like that. It's like in Middle Age you had the knight Bayard, very famous French knight. And this guy, I mean, he was like a star. I mean, everyone loved him because he was such a nice guy. You can call him a white knight or something. And he kicked the ass of the Spanish, and the Spanish just, you know, when they captured him once, they just spared him and sent him back because, you know, he was a nice guy. And when finally he died against the English, the English just, you know, he was like bleeding out and stuff, and they just held funerals for him and talked with him as he was passing away.
He was a good guy, basically.
Yep. And you had none of all of this crap, you know. You are French, I am English. We must hate each other's guts, like there is no tomorrow or something. It was just like, you kick ass on the battlefield, I do. Well, you die, such a shame.
Blade Storm has basically taught me everything I need to know about the 100 Years' War. There were samurai and war elephants and people carrying cannons, and then some druids appeared and used their wind magic to destroy the gates of Orleans.
And just remember to dual wield mythical katanas.
Yes. God damn, that game, seriously. Basically all core Shibusawa production games are great. An interesting thing is that a lot of people don't know that Core Shibusawa is actually not one person. It's a portmanteau of the two names of the main designers that form the Core Shibusawa creative group. So now you know. Every time it says a Core Shibusawa production in the start of a game, it actually means that two guys that are very close friends and always work together were the ones that designed the game together. So there is no Core Shibusawa and never was. See, this is an educational stream.
Well, the thing is, I'm just reading the chat now. Napoleon was not short at all.
He was not short at all, yeah.
He was just average sized, like everyone back then.
Yeah.
It's just like if you try to compare people back then with people.
Hey, wait a minute. I recognize that building on the left. It's the tampon. That's what it's called, right?
The gherkin.
Oh, the gherkin. Right, the gherkin. Terribly sorry. Mistake. My bad. Yeah. Still, what the hell were they thinking with that thing? I'm just curious. Have they ever actually explained or apologized?
It's an architectural marvel, apparently.
And by marvel, it means that everyone marvels that they actually got the money to build the damn thing. Seriously, every time an architect looks at a city like London and goes, you know what this place needs? More glass and steel, just pointing straight up into the sky. And my only comment is no, it doesn't. If anything, we need less. Jeez, alright. Let's see. Check in with the company. What are our drivers doing? He's heading back to the garage. I see.
Is he taking the fertilizer with him?
No, he's just driving. Why didn't you... Oh, excuse me. Why didn't you pick up a new job in Duisburg, you idiot? So he's just going to take 15 hours to drive back. Jesus Christ.
So can you level them up or something? Or
yeah, they level up automatically, apparently.
On their own?
Yep. Just by driving around and doing shit.
So you end up with colonel drivers and stuff.
Colonel Henry, expert driver. I wish. I really do. Still, it's sort of impressive how little he actually managed to bring in. I mean, shit.
Well, I guess if it gave too much, I mean, the game would be quickly over. You will just, you know, get a few guys and just let them work for you.
Yeah, but I mean, driven distance 328 miles so far, on his current profit per mile is €6.28. I mean, meanwhile, if we hop over to my truck, we can see that it has an average profit per distance of €38.23. I mean, there seems to be a bit of a difference here, somehow.
Oh dear, they're fighting in the chat, Arthur.
They tend to do that. Captain Bongo to you, maggot. And yeah, Psi Alpha's exclamation is a bit... He's the leader of the special team, basically.
Yes, very special team.
Does he drive up to Manchester, Grimsby? Grimsby?
Grimsby?
I haven't been to Grimsby, actually. Is that even a place here? Yes, apparently it is. Apparently Grimsby is an important place.
No, it's really not.
I was going to say, no it isn't. In what way is Grimsby important enough to be made into a destination of its own in this game? Seriously. Did one of the developers vacation there sometime?
Can we go and see Buckingham Palace?
I don't think so. I suspect that the road is blocked off so you can only see the great tall landmarks of London in the distance, all suspiciously bunched up together for some reason. Last time I checked, it didn't stand quite that close.
Well, the City of London technically is only a mile square.
I suppose. We can head over in that direction, I guess. London really is a terrible place to set a driving game, though. I think the only driving game I can think of that is set in London is one of the Getaway games, I believe.
And GTA.
Yeah, I suppose GTA London, but that's not actually based on London at all. Has nothing to do with London, damn it.
Well, to be honest, it would not be really fun. I just try to imagine GTA Paris. You cannot drive, you just stand here waiting for cars to move 1 inch.
It's like that old joke that is, what is the one word you need to know in order to be a traffic police in Paris? Allez! Just keep everyone moving, because the moment anyone stops anywhere, you're doomed.
It's the end.
Yeah, it's just you're doomed, because that will result in a 2,000 car pile-up somewhere. That's why the French traffic police never tell you to stop, they tell you to hurry up. That is basically also my experience when watching people drive in Paris. It just convinced me that I will never, ever, ever enter that city inside a vehicle, because goddamn, no. No way.
My only experience with Paris is Euro Disney, which doesn't count.
I've also been to Euro Disneyland, actually. I took the TGV from Bordeaux, because I was living in a quaint forest village, a medieval forest village, with like 30 houses. Something like 40 miles from Bordeaux. Just me and my father in a quaint little vacation house there, next to a dog pound. Apparently the person who owned the house that was lending it to my father had forgotten, just neglected to mention the fact that the neighbor had a dog pound. They woke up earlier than we did. Still, it was a really neat place just to experience, because it was just a real honest-to-goodness village in every way. I mean, it had a butcher that had freshly hunted rabbit carcasses hanging outside to dry. And for someone who was from urban Stockholm originally, that was sort of a new experience, really.
It's the same with my grandmother. She has the village is so small, you don't even have a single shop in it. Instead, you have a baker, butcher, and stuff. They come by in a truck. They come by in truck, and you have to wake up and do your shopping when they visit you.
Yeah, this village also had one of those like just everyday thing trucks that came by twice a week, apparently. So you just stood at the town market area in front of the church, and they just came driving past and went, "Hey, do you want to buy any toilet paper today?" "No? Okay." Then they drove off.
My only experience with them is Sam Waldron's mobile shop from Postman Pat.
Nice. But I actually just noticed I had got an advert in a paper here in my city just a few days ago, and apparently I learned that there is a company in Sweden called Potatisbilarna, which translates to the potato cars. And what it turns out is that they are just literally trucks driving around with several thousand pounds of potatoes. And they just stop in certain areas, and you just buy potatoes, cash for potatoes, straight out of the back of a truck. That's what their whole organization does, and apparently they have 17 trucks driving all across the country. When I read it, first I was just horrifically confused. I mean, why would you need to buy potatoes out of the back of a truck? I mean, just that alone, in an urbanized and industrialized nation, why are you buying anything out of the back of a truck, actually? Come to think of it. But of all the things to buy out of the back of a truck, why potatoes? And specifically that it says, "We do not take cards, cash only." You're like, what is this? Is it actually potatoes you're selling, or is this something completely different that you would prefer that the police thought of as potatoes?
Yeah, it's potatoes in inverted commas.
Oh. Yeah, I just found it really amusing to realize that actually existed. I mean, the potato cars. I mean, shit. I mean, sure, library cars and stuff like that. I mean, that's one thing. Because, I mean... Yeah, I mean, the library bus and so on. That's a great thing. That's a great initiative. But the potato truck?
Well, some people can't live without their potatoes, I guess.
Frankenstein has been on a bit of a potato binge lately, actually. He's been roasting potatoes in the oven, and I have taught him that if you actually rub the potatoes a bit with salt before you put them in there, the salt will pull all the liquids out of inside the potato, which will make it a lot crunchier without having to burn the surface. He was amazed.
Well, that's why you will also use salt to remove the snow and stuff.
Yeah. I basically told him that that is what is called cooking. It is an ancient science, known to precious few. That I have learned almost entirely from reading books, because I never cook myself. It's just another one of those skills that I have. I know exactly how to cook, I just never cook.
I like cooking.
Well, you're a girl.
I know.
Men's rights, etc., etc. But yeah, I have a male family member who loves cooking. He also loves baking and everything. In that regard, he is basically stereotypically so incredibly feminine that it's almost laughable, because he will pore over recipes for chocolate cake and stuff. And just just jump at any chance to actually make cakes and stuff of all kinds.
The stereotype is kind of the woman in the kitchen doing the cooking and the dinner's on the table when the man comes home. But actually, some of the world's best chefs are male.
Yeah.
Well, for me it's a bit the same. My mother never cook. It's always my dad, and
she cooked once.
He's so frustratingly good at cooking. So then he can mimic foreign cooking, and he gets every chance he can to try to make exotic dishes. So yeah, I guess I should be ashamed not to be trying to learn to cook how he's doing it.
Bah. If you can't cook it by throwing it in an oven, it's not worth doing.
I don't agree, because I don't regret him to be the one who feeds me, because damn, it's just too good.
I just eat so much during the day that I basically don't have time to cook either. I mean, I eat 6 times a day. The largest break from eating I ever take is streaming, and that's saying a lot.
6 times a day?
I'm heavy and I work out a lot, so I need to eat a lot. I try to land around 4,000 kilocalories a day, because otherwise my weight just remains static.
4,000 calories a day?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I use an online probably called chronometer to keep track of my calories and balancing my diet so that I don't just end up eating nothing but fat, like most people who try to eat a lot do. And when I look over an average 4,000 calorie day and I just see how much stuff I stuffed in my gob during the day, I'm just curious as to where it all ends up. I mean, where does it go? Worst part is when I go to bed and I weigh around 210 pounds, and then when I wake up I weigh 205. And I just go, how? I definitely check my sheets too, because I'm always terrified of the fact that it might be that I've just sweated out 5 pounds of water, but that seems incredibly unlikely. And the sheets smell pristine, and there's no sign of me having sweated at all. So just 5 pounds just turn into heat, I guess. I just lie there like a human radiator all night.
Well, it's pretty much how it goes.
In Sweden.
Yeah, that is true. But it's been unusually warm lately, actually. It's just around 0 degrees Celsius. We did have a few snowstorms a few weeks back, but then apparently the snow just went away. Not sure what's up with that. Suspicious.
I'm dreading the snow. Hate it.
Snow in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh no, this slight and friendly powdering from General Winter. However, will we survive? Meanwhile in Sweden, it's 6 feet deep. Everywhere.
And life continues as normal, I know.
But yeah, I guess it's all about what you're used to, really. I mean, your services are always adapted to the normal, natural climate, so to speak. So when it actually starts snowing a lot in England, I can understand that basically you aren't prepared for it, basically. But in Sweden, if it just, snows a foot a day for 3 days, we're like, okay, bring out the shovels, guys.
Yeah, I think we're more acclimatized to rain.
Yeah.
Handle all the rain you can throw at us.
That's one of those things I like with England, because I really love rain.
Well, come over at the moment. It's been raining for about 4 days solid, and we've got floods everywhere.
Hooray! Flooding, my favourite disaster. But yeah, Sweden is pretty weird in that, that we claim to have a temperate climate, but it's like up to plus 32 degrees Celsius in the summers, with the sun being up the whole day. It literally does not set. That's why we have the whole midnight sun thing. And then winter arrives, and suddenly there's snow up to your thighs, and it's 30 degrees below Celsius instead. And we basically tend to skip spring and autumn because we don't believe in those seasons. It's either summer or winter. You can tell that here now, example. I mean, the trees were just pristinely verdant in late October, and then somewhere around October 20th, something like that, they just went poof, and then in 2 days they were all brown. 3 days later, 90% of the leaves had fallen. And that was autumn. Done. Also, I've been bumping into things with my truck a bit, I realise.
Yes, I was that.
I'm terrible. I can't drive. I suppose I'm becoming a bit driving blind now that I've actually been driving for a few hours.
Yeah, it's the problem with motorways and autobahns, or whatever you call them wherever you are. They're all kind of the same wherever you are.
Yeah. That's also why we don't have straight roads, because the straighter the road, the less focused people get.
I quite fancy driving like across America, Route 66, all that.
Yeah.
Endless straight roads.
In a big old muscle car.
And a VW Beetle, actually.
Good luck getting through Death Valley. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden over here. But they're doing road work, so apparently the lights are all out.
Oh wait, 5 seconds ago you could see the moon and now it's pure darkness.
But there's the moon again, we can see it now.
Oh. Isn't it a bit big? I mean, Majora's Mask big?
I was just thinking that.
The moon is coming closer. But yeah, the moon is always too big in video games. That's because it's more fun that way. Everyone likes a big moon. Small moons are boring. Especially when you're as far north as I am, where it's just basically this just tiny white blip up in the sky, more or less.
Well, it could be worse. It could be the good old twin moons.
Oh hey, lightning.
Oh.
What are you transporting again? Munitions?
Lead, actually.
Oh.
Oh, let's get struck by lightning.
I honestly think if there's one thing that should be fairly safe to transport, it's probably solid lead. I mean, sure, might be a bit tricky to keep control of the load itself since it's so heavy, but apart from that, nothing should go wrong. First of all, you can drop that stuff like a sink bomb behind you, and anything behind you will get horrifically crushed.
I'm curious to know where they got the lead from, though, because in the UK there's a huge culture of stealing lead off like roofs and churches and...
Why do you think I'm transporting this secret lead at night? It's black lead, baby. Black market lead. Wait a minute.
Going to Grimsby.
Yes. Grimsby is basically the biggest black market in the UK. Oh hey, now we've got fog too. It's like I'm really in the UK.
It is.
Rain,
it's like looking out the window.
Fog. Terrible drivers. Trucks and lorries. It's the A1, alright.
That was the M11, wasn't it?
Is it? Well, we might be on the M11 now. I don't even give a shit. I don't know the English road network.
And this game could be a nice horror game. I mean, all you need right now is just, you know, a ghostly person jumping out from the shadow or in front of you as you drive.
A strange, unnatural creature crossing the road just in front of you. Never to be seen again.
I mean, this game does a better job with night atmosphere than pretty much any horror game I have seen so far.
Yep. I think that's mainly because horror games are too try-hard, really. They just go out of the way to desperately try to make night scary by adding so much shit that is usually not there at night.
To be honest, for me, horror game fails as soon as you put a shotgun in my hand.
I have no fear as long as my 12 gauge is near.
Pretty much. I mean, it's why Doom 3 was such a failure. You expect a game about, you know, kicking the Hell's Legion ass with BFG, and you get some sort of wannabe System Shock clone. Except it's just real dark and that's it.
Then you get a duct tape mod and suddenly it's Doom 1 all over again.
Someone was saying when you were playing Amnesia, when you don't know what's coming and you can't see the enemy, that's when it's scary. When they're throwing thousands of zombies at you, it's just boring.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's actually the thing that I applaud Amnesia for, because it is extremely good at letting the player create his own fear. Because a lot of horror games go down the blah, look at these things path and just throw shit at you, and you're supposed to get scared when the same monster is raining from the ceiling for the 14th time. That doesn't work. Humans adapt very well to opposition. We get used to these things very quickly. But in Amnesia, before you get to the water part, there literally aren't any enemies at all. There's not a single monster to encounter. But since you see things and hear things, you're completely certain that there is something there. And it's that atmosphere, that constant tension that you build yourself, that basically makes the game sort of creepy. And then you actually meet your first enemy and suddenly, well, it's not scary at all anymore.
No, because they just look silly.
Yes, they do look very silly.
I think the right way to go is to balance the things out. That's why for me games like Metro 2033 and Stalker are quite good at creating an ambience and creeping you out. I just remember my first Bloodsucker in Stalker or just the whole game of Metro. The enemies, to begin with, they must be challenging. I mean, the horde of endless zombies, it's not a treat. You just blast them away and that's it.
Yeah.
When you are literally fighting for your survival against mutants while your gas mask is cracking and dying out, meaning that if you don't find an exit right now, your ammunition, your shotgun, pointless, you will just die.
Yeah, I basically covered it here and there doing the Horror Hour streams, basically the different approaches to horror games. And how the basic survival horror recipe, again, is basically about isolating you, both basically putting you in a remote place so that there's no help available, isolating you from your friends and family and so on, letting you go on your own and being as helpless as possible, really. Because helplessness has a natural response in humans that we hate it. We fear being helpless because, hey, guess what? Being helpless is a terrible thing. So basically any survival horror game that puts a shotgun and a pistol and a rocket launcher and 3 grenades in your pockets and then go, okay, now go be scared. That doesn't really work. The moment you actually provide the human player with the ability to navigate an obstacle by defeating it, you are essentially challenging him, but you're not scaring him. Then of course you can just throw in jump scares that make people, you know, go in their seats, and but they're not scared. It's a reflex. It's an instant reaction to a perceived threat. I mean, the biggest badass in the world would still jump if a crazy guy jumped out with a knife and yelled "Arg!" Because, you know, that's something we do. That's something all animals do.
Yes, it works once and then you expect it.
Yeah, and that's also the thing, that once he has jumped out and gone "Arg" 5 times, you don't give a shit anymore. Now, there are people that claim that the scariest horror game is where there are no enemies at all, and well, no, that doesn't really work in the modern day, because due to the internet that will be spoiled like 2 days before the game is even released. And the first post in the first thread on the games forum will be, "Huh, what a stupid game, it doesn't even have any enemies." This user was probated for this post. So you basically need to find a balance. You need to make the player helpless enough, but still basically give them that level of agency that the input actually makes a difference. Because when they try to make it scary by making you completely helpless, like in many of the modern Japanese horror games, where basically you are saved by cutscenes, more or less, like the monster is right there, but then you suddenly fall through the floor and the monster doesn't follow you, then it's basically just a really terrible horror movie.
I guess it depends as well of the type of game you want to do. Like if you want to play, you know, more insidious evil following you, like the Sizer Man or the Shadow in Amnesia. That kind of thing works well because you have a tangible enemy, but you cannot directly interact, or it's very limited. You know you must avoid, fight it, but it's not a direct confrontation. It's more like use your brains.
Yeah, as I mentioned during my Clock Tower run through, that Clock Tower actually strikes an almost perfect balance in that regard, because you know that the Sister Man is there somewhere looking for you, and there's a constant tension. But it's not like, oh no, he appeared, now you're dead, and it's not, oh no, he appeared, let's shoot at him a bit until he jumps away. Basically, every time he does appear, he is very, very much an immediate problem that you need a solution to. And that solution can either be just running and hiding, managing to throw him off, finding an exit that he can't follow you through. Basically use the things available to you that don't actually directly hurt him, but get you out of trouble.
The thing I liked is that first time you play, you are just going, to leg it and run as fast as you can, meaning that he is going to find you soon enough because you lost him probably in a place you will forget or something. Then you play the game again, and this time you lose him on purpose in some place, and then you remember that it was in this area that you left him. It means that when you play the game, you can learn to manipulate the treat.
Yeah, I mean, Clock Tower is a great deal about conquering your own fear, because if all you're doing is running scared, you will end up in a basically dead end somewhere and end up getting killed. But if you actually just stay on your toes and try to keep a cool head, you will be able to get away almost always. There are very few cases that you are completely doomed, and in those cases it will be pretty obvious. So basically, if you die, it is usually your own fault, either for panicking or for just not keeping track of where you are or what you're doing.
And talking about manipulating, it just reminded me of one of the best enemies I remember from an horror game, and it was the librarian from Metro. I mean, this monster is just amazing. It's kind of how to say it? It's like a mutant from XCOM. It's a big gorilla thingy. It will just punch you to death in a few seconds. But the thing is, the creature it becomes aggressive if it sees you panic, look away, or try to run. So if you just stand your ground and try to, show it that you are not afraid or not with evil intentions, it may back away. But the thing, if you target him with your weapon or insist too much on using this tactic, it may end up thinking that you are threatening him and turn hostile anyway. So I found this was really, really amazing, because it's a very dangerous enemy. If it turns hostile, it can, like on harder difficulty, you can be instantly killed. So it's you will panic, you will be tense when you have this big guy just standing in front of you and growling and stuff, and you will have to balance between trying to show that you are not intimidated and not doing too much and angering it.
Yeah, it's basically like dealing with an animal, is the thing. That they basically gave it an animalistic instinct, in that if it perceives you as a threat that it can defeat, it will go after you, and if you show weakness, it will go after you because you are regarded as prey. So you basically need to reach that middle ground, basically, where it realizes that you are its equal, and thus it has nothing to gain from actually fighting with you. And the first few times you encounter the librarian, you will be too busy pissing your pants to actually think about that. Just like when the first time you're approached by a really angry dog or a bear or something.
This game is really amazing. I cannot recommend it enough. It was, I think, for people who played and liked Stalker, to my taste, it's a better game even.
Let's make one last drive. We can call it quits. Let's see. I haven't heard anything from Kat for a moment.
Yeah, I was just...
I'm still here. No, I'm still here.
Alright, just checking. So you hadn't left us or fallen out of the call and couldn't get back in or something like that? Because that's happened once, a few times basically. People drop and they don't actually tell me on Skype, so I don't know that they've dropped. And sometimes people drop without realizing it themselves, so they're sitting there watching the stream and talking and being really curious about why no one is answering them.
I just don't have a lot to say about horror films, or games, or anything.
Not really your genre?
No. There's a couple of bits and pieces I like, but no, it's not really my thing.
Yeah. Personally, I can't stand horror films. I honestly don't... I mean, I see the point in them, it's not that, but I don't see the point in them for me, personally. I just derive no enjoyment whatsoever from horror movies, at all.
I like the funny ones, you know, Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, I mean, Shaun of the Dead isn't so much a horror movie, basically. It's such a horror comedy that analyzes the common trope, so to speak. So, I mean, that's just a good movie, period. So that you can watch that on its own merits. But yeah, and I don't really buy or play many horror games either, but that's basically one of the motivations why I got the horror thing started, because I felt that maybe I mean, it's a genre that I have practically no experience with past the really big names that like Resident Evil and Nocturne and so on, that aren't really horror games per se, they're more like action horror games. But I thought that maybe it was about time to actually take a look at the genre and get some experience myself and see if I was missing something. Because, as you know, sorry for cutting you off there right away, but my streams are largely about sharing my first-time experiences about games with the people watching. I mean, I try my most desperate to be genuine in my reactions, perhaps a bit hyperbolic to make my emotions and reactions more obvious, but I never pretend, is the thing. Like certain other horror Let's Players.
Yeah, I've got Penumbra and Deadly Premonition after the LP of that when I bought that. But for me, I've always found like Metal Gear scarier because I really want to be really stealthy, and I'm kind of going really slow and peeking around the corners. And
then suddenly you hear the "huh?" and you just throw the controller away and press the off button on the console.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's also a sort of tension, really. The tension I don't want to be discovered, because then everything is going to go to hell in a handbasket. I mean, that's its own kind of fear, really. I honestly think that someone should really make a fear-based game that was actually based on social interaction. Basically, you're at like a high-scale party or something, and you have to basically try and be civil and behave correctly, because if you don't, everyone at the party will go and look at you all snidely, and you will feel terrible and be super embarrassed. It's just a horror game based on your social fears instead.
That sounds like Big Brother the game, though.
Yeah, and it could have a Facebook integration that you have to tell the game 10 of your deepest, darkest and most embarrassing secrets, and every time you fail in the game it posts one of them to your wall. Talk about a challenge run, I was about to say. I just feel that there are a lot of basically avenues of horror that are not so well, shall we say, explored as certain others. I mean, There are a million oh no flesh-eating monsters out to get you. You better grab this gun and shoot them games at this point. I mean, even if they're well made like Dead Space, again, I mean, the fear has sort of been lost almost. Then there are the psychological horror games that range from the terrible to the so indie as fuck that you can't take them seriously. And then there's a traditional survival horror like Clock Tower that really works but has been explored in such a detail at this point that it's basically hard to improve upon the formula very much.
I don't know for you, Arthur, but when I played Dead Space, I don't know, it screamed System Shock from me. I mean, you even have the other couple of survivors which you followed nuts, and but you see them failing to survive ultimately. I know. I think EA has the license for System Shock, if I remember. So it wouldn't be surprising if they made this game in a sort of spiritual successor.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that System Shock and System Shock 2 are basically the ultimate first-person action horror games for the PC platform. I mean, they were revolutionary when they came out, and they all have such amazing atmosphere, especially System Shock 2. I mean, you could cut that atmosphere with a knife. In addition, it's fairly well written, and it has a few twists that you aren't expecting, and it also lets you handle most of the problems. You are basically given a general objective, and then you have to handle it. There's no railroading or anything. And Dead Space is a bit like that too. They basically go, shit, the engines are going haywire, we have to stop the engines. Isaac, you're the engineer. Get to it. And then you basically have a responsibility to actually do that. Because, I mean, normally if you were in Isaac's position, you would probably just hide somewhere desperately. Just, you know, lock yourself in a cabinet somewhere and pretend that the world is all roses and rainbows and slowly but surely starve to death, I was about to say. But you basically constantly have a driving force behind you telling you that you have to get shit done. And it's the same thing in System Shock, in basically that in the beginning it's basically you have to get the heck out of there in order to survive, which is a really good motivation. And past that point it's basically you have to figure out what's going on, and once you figure out what's going on you have to stop it. Now you get tips and help along the way on how to do that and general objective descriptions, but how you go about it is generally your own decision.
Well, it's still kind of you are a big damn hero setting, but I really like the way it was handled in the second game, when basically you are just a pawn to Shodan, and you are the pawn stuck between air and air fail creation, but you don't know that yet. I just love everything in this game.
Spoilers!
You haven't played it?
I have. I've beaten it repeatedly, both in single player and co-op.
And I have no intention of playing it, so don't worry about spoiling it for me.
We can at least tell you that it's a really good game.
Yeah, yes.
I'll take your word for it.
Speaking of really good games though, and since you brought it up earlier, Deadly Premonition, they are finally actually getting around to doing that collector's edition for PS3.
Yeah, it's really, really good game. Because I started off watching the LP thinking, what the heck is this? And as it went on, I just thought, wow, it's got so many kind of bizarre elements. It kind of comes together.
Such amazing amounts of personality, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, the PS3 version will have improved combat, slightly better graphics, and a new post-game scenario, apparently, that ties up some of the loose ends that they didn't have the time or budget to actually, you know, fix in the original.
Don't tell me that. I might have to go out and buy a PS3.
When it comes out, I'll LP it for you, I promise.
But I just wished you had a decent Lovecraftian game. I mean, you had You are a dark corner of the earth, but the game was so flawed in many aspects. It was such a shame because
it had good ideas, but it basically was spoiled by itself, so to speak.
Yeah.
It ruined itself internally.
But you could see the ideas and stuff, like the chase sequence when you are in Smooth Hotel.
Yeah, that is based more or less directly on the books, page by page. That whole sequence is based on the book, and that part works really well. And the early stealth segments also work really, really well.
Yep, and
but then it just drags on forever. And then all of a sudden you're armed, and then it just becomes a first-person shooter.
Such a shame.
And then you fight Dagon with a Tommy gun. Welp. No, I think that Dark Corners of the Earth, basically it was obvious that about halfway into development someone stepped in and said, no, you can't do that because this won't sell. So it suffered a bit from multiple personality syndrome, that it tries to be 2 or 3 genres at the same time. And not all pieces just fit together as you would expect.
But that's what's so surprising about Deadly Premonition, because that's got a lot of weird elements. I mean, there's kind of like
but it works, really. It really works.
It's like they've taken the scheduling and things from sort of Majora's Mask, so that everyone's got their little AI routines, and then there's weird combat, and there's driving and mini games and everything. And you think that just sounds like an awful mess.
Yeah, you think this is never going to work. But guess what? With enough love and sweat, it will. And I just really just enjoy Deadly Premonition on that basis alone. Basically, it was just so much love and effort put into that thing. And I mean, they ended up releasing what was essentially a slightly upscaled PS2 game for Xbox 360 in the end. And I mean, if you would just look at screenshots, you think, what the hell is this shovelware piece of shit?
Yeah.
But then you actually
that's what I am doing right now.
Yeah, but then you actually play it for a while and you realize, yeah, you know what? It's camp, it's cheesy, but just like it's the material that inspired it, it actually has that spark that just means that you can't hate it. Here's the thing.
Yeah, you fall in love with Francis York Morgan and everything else kind of goes by the wayside.
Oh dear. Francis York Morgan sadly didn't do very well in my wrestling rumbles.
Oh,
I saw that.
He never won. It's a damn shame.
But then again, you have games, well, successful horror games. I just don't understand. Like, I never got how Fear became such a big franchise.
Well, Fear 1 was basically a pretty damn good FPS with horror elements, is the thing. I mean, Fear could just be an FPS, because with the AI it had, its interesting weapons and balance, it was a good FPS. Had it had slightly better level design, but yeah, I mean, it's Monolith. Monolith loves the office landscapes. It would have been able to stand on its own without the horror elements. The horror elements were just basically the spice on the top. It was seasoning, basically, for what it was already a pretty decent game. So everyone was expecting it to be even better in Fear 2, but Fear 2 wasn't quite as good. And then they said, well, at least maybe they'll be able to fix it in Fear 3. And then they went, well, Fear 3 is a co-op game with cover mechanics. Well. They basically, it seems that they could not capitalize on what made the original game successful in the second and third one. But then again, Monolith have always been legendarily bad at sequels as well, so maybe this shouldn't come as a surprise.
I had someone try to explain the plot of those games to me once, and it's just batshit insane. I had no idea what they were trying to say.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help that in Fear 3, when it's supposedly revealed what happened to the two protagonists, so to speak, and their childhood, you go, wait a minute, you didn't mention this at all in the first two games. Where the hell did this come from? Well, you know, we were saving it for the third, so they have a deep and dark and mysterious and horrific background, you see.
No, it's totally not patched up at the end.
Yeah,
didn't wreck on it or anything.
It's just, no, you see, it was like this all along, we just never mentioned it before. Okay, then. Still, I think that Fear 2 is probably the only game in history that ends with female-on-male rape. That's a distinction, right? That's worth an award, right?
Don't use cliché, just reverse them. So clever.
Oh shit, Bloody Raveling. Euro Truck 2 or Farming Sim 2013. Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Farming Simulator 2013 is probably the better long-term investment, I was about to say, if you have any plans for playing multiplayer later on, but I have a few complaints about Farming Simulator 2013. Complaints about simulators. Let me tell you about my taste in simulators. No, but basically I do not like that they basically just reskinned Ski Region Simulator largely using Farming Simulator aesthetics is the thing. Because it even has the same mission system as Ski Region Simulator, that people will just suddenly randomly call you up and go, oh no, the grass in the camping grounds have grown too high. Could you please drive over there with a combine or something and cut it? Thank you, Mr. Farmer. No, I won't. Because I'm a farmer. I'm at work, at my farm, tending to my animals, checking on my crops. What the hell? Why are you even calling me? Why not just call someone with a ride mower? Or shit, pay a few teenagers to mow the frickin' lawn. Jeez. Still, that said, it has a lot of improvements over 2011 as well, such as just the fact that you don't actually start owning the entire island, which never made any sense to me in Farming Simulator 2011, because if you own that entire island, all that land, all those fields, you could just sell that shit off and retire a mass millionaire. There's no need to actually work. Well, I guess that's just a silly complaint from a silly person who plays silly games on a silly stream. On silly Saturday.
I watched Giant Bomb playing 2013 Farming Simulator, and it seems like it's just about breaking the physics engine and crashing tractors into each other.
On the other hand, Giant Bomb are legit horrible at games. Like, they are so bad at video games that they piss me off. Especially recently the Metal Gear Rising quick look. Holy shit. I was biting my freaking knuckles at one point. They're sitting there complaining that the cutscenes are so long, and there you never learn anything important in them anyway, while the doctor is giving the tutorial on how to regain your health. And then they almost get killed in the game twice, and then they finally manage to regain health by catching one of those electrolytes once, and they go, whoa, what happened? What does that mean? How does that work? And it's like, wow, you just watched 5 minutes of someone explaining it in explicit detail, but you were too busy moaning about how you hate cutscenes to actually bother to hear it. Nice work. And then even when they reached the end of the video, they still had not figured out that when you were in cutting mode, you know how, things glowed blue? Those are things that you can cut. You idiots. Holy shit. Why do you think that certain parts of the world and cuttable items are all glowing blue in cut mode? I mean, do you think it's just for laughs, maybe? Are we just, playing around?
I went back and watched their Deadly Premonition endurance runs after I'd finished playing, and yeah, especially Brad, he was atrocious. He'd been playing for like 12 hours and still didn't get the basic mechanics, and he had used about 20 continues, and I'm terrible at video games, and I think I used 2.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just that at that point that I realized that there basically is no point in listening to these people half of the time, because you see them basically failing out of the game in the tutorial because they can't read.
Yeah.
And you're like, how can you say that this game is too hard to play and that's why you're lowering its review score? I mean, what the hell? But then again, if there's one thing I've learned from being a journalist first and a games journalist second, it's that most games journalists are just guys that happen to be able to write the English language and play games. They're not good at games, they're not good at writing, they have no idea what journalism actually is, but you know, games journalism. And I mean, shit, I'm bad at games. It's not that. I won't claim that I'm a genius or anything, but for fuck's sake, I at least have the mental presence to realize that when the tutorial message says press X twice to double jump, I can probably double jump up to that higher platform instead of making single jumps for 10 minutes and going, this game is impossible.
Yeah.
Let me complain about video game reviewers for you. No one has ever done this on the internet before. Jeez. Well, I think that we can pretty much settle for now, I think. Let's actually check out our company manager. Let's see what our driver is up to. Henry, where are you? What are you doing? You're still on your way back to Glasgow. Jesus Christ. That's... yeah. Why did I hire you, Henry? Why? Worst investment ever. Right, any case, at least we've taken off, we're actually doing things, we have a company running and everything, so yeah. Hopefully we will be able to make even more progress next Tuesday when Trucking Tuesday continues, but for now this stream is pretty much over. So, Cat and Geist, thank you very much for joining me.
You're welcome, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, yeah. Right. And of course, thank you everyone who has been viewing, and have a good one. See you Friday actually, because we'll be doing a emergency top 20 stream on Friday in order to catch up. So Friday at the usual stream time.
Alright then.
FYI. Please spread this to everyone you know who watches the stream so that they don't miss it. Right. Well, have a good one everyone, and drive safely.